Hello! If you're visiting for the first time, it's fantastic to have you here. And if you're a returning listener, welcome back. This video features mostly true scary stories with the sound of gentle rain in the background. If you're looking for something to help with sleeplessness, anxiety, or stress, you're in the right place. If you enjoy the stories, I'd be grateful if you'd subscribe. Thank you for being here. Now let's begin. Have you ever found something strange in your home that made you feel a little uneasy? Well, I sure have. I want to take you on a spooky adventure that happened to me and my family. It all started with a renovation that uncovered a door we never knew existed. What lies behind that door is more than just a room. It's a mystery filled with shadows and whispers that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Before we dive in, I have something special just for you. If you're curious about a dietary supplement that can boost your health while you enjoy this tale, click the link in the description below to learn more. And while you're here, don't forget to subscribe and let me know where you're listening from in the comments. Now let's step through that door together. I remember the day we decided to renovate our home. My parents were excited, and I was curious. We had been living in our house for years, and I thought I knew every nook and cranny. But when the workers started tearing down walls and pulling up floors, something strange happened. They found a door that wasn't in the blueprints. At first, it looked old and dusty, like it hadn't been opened in a long time. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I stared at it. My parents said it was probably just a storage room, but I felt something different. There was a chill in the air, and I could almost hear a whisper coming from the other side. When we finally opened the door, we stepped into a dark room that felt like it was alive. The walls seemed to pulse, and the shadows danced around us. Each time we opened that door, the room changed. One moment it was small and cramped, and the next it felt like it stretched on forever. I started to notice things inside. Strange shapes lurking in the corners, flickering lights that didn't belong, and an eerie feeling that something was watching us. My heart raced as I felt a cold breeze brush past me, like a ghostly hand reaching out. As we explored, I realized we weren't alone. There were whispers that echoed in the darkness, calling my name. I wanted to run, but my feet felt glued to the floor. I could see shadows moving, and I knew something was waiting for us, something that didn't want us to leave. Things got scarier with each visit. I could see faces in the shadows, twisted and angry. My family started to argue more, the tension growing as we tried to understand what was happening. It felt like the room was pulling us apart, feeding on our fear. One night, I dared to go in alone. The door creaked open, and I stepped inside, my heart pounding. The room was different this time, darker, colder. I could feel a presence, something sinister lurking just out of sight. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind me. I was trapped. I could hear the whispers getting louder, and I knew I had to find a way out. I stumbled through the dark, feeling the walls close in on me. Just when I thought I would be lost forever, I saw a flicker of light. I rushed toward it, hoping it would lead me back to safety. But as I got closer, I realized it was not a way out. It was a reflection of something terrifying. The room shifted again, and I found myself face to face with a shadowy figure. Its eyes glowed like embers, and I felt a chill that froze me to the spot. I knew then that this was no ordinary room. It was a doorway to something otherworldly, something that wanted to keep me forever. I knew then that this was no ordinary room. It was a doorway to something otherworldly, something that wanted to keep me forever. The shadowy figure loomed larger before me, its features indistinct, like a smudge on a photograph. I could barely breathe as its glowing eyes bore into me. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs felt like they were frozen in place. The air grew thick, almost suffocating. A low, rumbling laugh echoed around me, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up. As I took a cautious step back, the room shuddered, and everything around me seemed to shift. The walls contorted in ways they shouldn't. They were breathing. I could hear whispers in the walls, murmurings of secrets long kept. They were like echoes of lost souls trapped within, begging for release. I felt a chill run through my body as I recognized familiar voices. My parents, my brother, each one now sounding distant and afraid. In that moment, I realized I had to escape. I turned to face the door, my heart pounding like a drum. But it was no longer where I had left it. The door seemed to have vanished, replaced by walls that pulsated and shifted around me. I screamed, a sound that was swallowed by the dark, and I pressed my back against the cool surface of what I hoped was a wall. I felt something brush against my arm, and I recoiled, terrified. It was like a cold breath, a hint of something living in the shadows. I squinted into the gloom, trying to catch a glimpse of what lurked there. I thought I saw a hand reaching out, fingers long and twisted, but just as quickly as I thought I saw it, it disappeared. I took a step forward and stumbled into a pile of what felt like soft earth, like freshly dug soil. I panicked, thinking about what might be buried underneath. Suddenly, the whispers grew louder, swirling around like a gust of wind. They filled my head with strange thoughts and images that didn't belong to me. I saw flashes of hands clawing at walls, hearts racing in futility, faces twisted in fear. I was overwhelmed, struggling to keep my mind clear, desperately trying to separate my thoughts from those trapped inside this terrible place. Then, a loud thud echoed from somewhere deep in the room. My instincts kicked in, and I crouched low, the shadows swallowing my form. I could hear something moving, scratching at the walls, trying to find its way out. It sounded desperate, like it had been trapped for years. I felt a strange mix of fear and sympathy, but I knew I couldn't let it catch me. Whatever it was angry. With shaking hands, I searched the edges of the room, hoping to find anything that could lead me back. The ground was now sinking beneath my feet, like I was standing on quicksand, pulling me down into the darkness. I closed my eyes, wishing for light, wishing for a way out. When I opened them, there was a flicker. I felt a spark of hope, the kind that ignited something deep inside me. I scrambled toward it, my heart racing. The glowing figure, maybe it was a clue or a way out. As I got closer, the light flickered and wavered like a candle in the wind. Just as I reached out to touch it, the light burst out with a blinding intensity, revealing a path through the shadows. But just as suddenly, it darkened again. I stood there, breathless and panting, frozen in fear as something slithered across the room. It was quick, darting between the flickering shadows like a snake chasing its prey. I thought of running, but my feet were glued to the ground. My heart thudded wildly, a beat that felt deafening in the silence. The whispers started again, growing more frantic, and I felt their urgency. I could hear my name clearly now among those trapped voices. They weren't just echoes, they were warnings. They were telling me to leave, to get out before it was too late. I had to do something, anything. I focused on the floor, the soil beneath my feet, and with a burst of energy, I started digging. As my hands clawed through the dirt, I felt something solid beneath the surface. Something cold and metal. Adrenaline surged through me as I pulled it out, a twisted handle. My heart raced as I realized what it was. It looked like a handle for another door, hidden away all this time. I fumbled with it, my trembling hands trying to turn it. Just then, the room began to moan, a long, low sound that reverberated through my bones. The shadows converged around me, growing denser, more pronounced. I could feel them tightening, wrapping around my limbs like a web. I felt a pull, and I knew this was my last chance. With a desperate scream, I yanked the handle, and the wall behind me popped open with a loud creak. I stumbled backward, feeling the cold grip of the shadows loosening just for a moment. But I didn't hesitate. I pushed through the door, ready to escape the nightmare that was unfolding. The moment I crossed the threshold, I found myself in yet another room, but this one felt different. It was brighter, painted in shades of gray and blue, but there was something unsettling about it. The walls were lined with mirrors that reflected my image, but my reflection wasn't quite right. I looked haunted, my eyes wide with dread, as shadows hung behind me, lurking just out of sight. I took a step forward, and the reflections began to shift. They smiled at me, but I could see that they didn't feel right. As if they were mocking me, the other versions of myself began to ripple like water disturbed by a sudden movement. Some of them looked distressed, some angry, all of them trapped in a loop of fear. One reflection stepped forward, its face twisted with terror, reaching out to me as if pleading for help. Just then, I heard a crash from behind me, shattering the silence. The other door I had just come through slammed shut, and the walls of mirrors echoed with laughter, high-pitched and cruel. I turned to find myself completely surrounded by reflections, each one smiling wider than the last. The laughter grew louder, surrounding me, drowning me in its madness. I could feel the shadowy figures creeping back in, and a wave of panic washed over me. I was pushed into the center of the room, unable to escape the glares of my own distorted images. I tried to call out, but my voice was lost in the chaos. I stumbled, falling to my knees as the shadows loomed closer. One by one, the mirrors darkened, until only one remained, reflecting the frightful version of me. I gasped as I saw the shadowy figure slowly walk out from behind me, stepping closer to that final mirror. Its eyes glowed fiercely as it reached out, and I felt my heart skip a beat. It was trying to take my place. The room convulsed, shaking as if it too was alive. I scrambled desperately for something to hold on to, anything to keep me anchored in this terrifying reality. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I remembered the stories my grandmother used to tell about facing your fears. The stories about taking a stand against the dark things that haunted you. I focused on that flickering light deep within me, the spark of bravery that pushed me forward even when everything felt impossible. With a scream that echoed through the chamber, I leaped toward the glowing reflection, ready to confront whatever lay waiting there. The air crackled around me as I plunged into the mirror's surface, hoping, praying that whatever awaited me on the other side would be better than the crushing darkness I had fought to escape. And as I fell through, I had no idea if I would find a way back to the safety of my home or if I would be lost in this other world forever. As I plunged into the shimmering surface of the mirror, a strange sensation engulfed me, like being wrapped in a blanket of ice. I felt weightless, like I was floating through a tunnel of swirling colors and shadows. Everything around me was a blur, and I couldn't tell where I was going. My heart raced as an eerie silence surrounded me, a silence that felt heavy and oppressive, as if the very air was holding its breath. Suddenly, I was thrust into a new space, landing hard on a cold stone floor. I blinked and looked around, trying to gather my senses. I was in a dimly lit room, much larger than the last. The walls were lined with bookshelves, filled with countless dusty tomes that looked ancient and forgotten. A heavy, musty smell hung in the air, and cobwebs adorned the corners like creepy curtains. The only light came from a single flickering candle on a table in the center of the room, casting long, sinister shadows that danced across the walls. As I stood up, I noticed that the room felt alive, almost breathing, and the shadows seemed to awaken as I moved. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt a knot of dread tighten in my stomach. A strange, rustling noise echoed from the darkness beyond the shelves. I turned, peering into the blackened corners, but all I could see were hints of shapes, shifting and skittering out of sight. A sound broke the silence. A soft, raspy whisper floated through the air, chilling me to the core. It sounded like a voice, but it was too muffled to understand. I strained to listen, hoping to catch a word, any clue what I was dealing with. But the whispers only grew fainter, like they were teasing me. Feeling an urge to investigate, I stepped cautiously toward the nearest bookshelf. As I ran my fingers along the spines of the books, I felt a cold breeze wash over me, and the whispered voices grew louder for a moment before falling silent. They sounded distressed, like people lost and longing to escape. A shiver crawled down my spine as I imagined what might have happened to them. Suddenly, one of the books slid off the shelf and landed at my feet. I jumped back in surprise, my heart racing. The cover was dark red, almost black, and the title was embossed in shiny letters, The Secrets of the Forgotten. I slowly bent down and picked it up, feeling a strange pull toward it as if it were calling to me. With trembling hands, I opened the book, and the pages were filled with strange symbols and drawings. I couldn't make out most of it, but one illustration caught my eye. It depicted a door much like the one I had found in my house, surrounded by swirling darkness and shadowy figures. My mind raced as I realized this book could tell me more about the room I found myself in and what I had let in. A gust of wind blew through the room, extinguishing the flickering candlelight, plunging me into darkness. Panic surged through me as I fumbled for the book and clutched it tightly against my chest. Heart thudding. I felt the familiar creeping sensation of being watched again, the shadows thickening around me as I tried to catch my breath. Then I heard it, a soft rustling noise closing in, like leaves being blown in a storm. I turned, scanning the room, trying to discern the source of the sound. A shadow darted between the shelves, too quick for my eyes to focus on. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up as it drew closer, shifting in and out of the dim light. Before I could react, the shadow lunged, and I stumbled back, dropping the book. It landed open on the floor, pages fluttering like trapped birds. I couldn't tell what I was looking at, but the figure loomed closer, its features becoming clearer. It was a creature made of darkness, a misshapen form with glowing eyes that seemed to pierce through me. I felt paralyzed, terror locking my limbs in place. The creature moved closer, its mouth stretching into a grotesque grin. I could see tiny fangs glimmering in the faint luminescence, a malicious smile that promised nothing good. I gasped and turned to run, but another shadow rushed in, blocking my escape. I dashed to the side, barely avoiding its grasp, my heart racing like a wild drum. I needed to escape, but how? I glanced back at the book and made a split-second decision. I could feel the pull of adventure mixed with terror rushing through me. Gathering my courage, I rushed toward the open book, hoping it would hold a clue. Before I could reach it, the shadows surrounding me converged. I felt a heavy force press down on my shoulders, squeezing like a vice. I pushed against the oppressive weight, determined not to be consumed. I reached out, grasping the pages of the book, and suddenly, the whispers erupted into a cacophony of voices. They screamed warnings, pleas, and hints, all jumbled together in a chaotic chorus. In a sudden moment of clarity, I realized something. The whispers were trying to guide me. I focused on the images again, following the lines until my eyes landed on a peculiar symbol that glowed faintly. It looked like a key. I didn't know what it meant, but something told me it was important. Without thinking, I raised my voice over the din of the whispers. "What do you want from me?" I yelled, my voice trembling but steady. The shadows paused, as if surprised by my defiance. The creature halted, its form wavering slightly. In an instant, I felt a surge of power swell in my chest. I knew I had to confront this darkness, so I shouted again, "I'm not afraid of you. I will find a way out." The shadows lurched forward, snapping back in anger, but I held my ground, eyes locked on the glowing symbol in the book. I began to recite what seemed like a chant from the text, even though I didn't fully understand the words. The moment the sounds escaped my lips, the shadows recoiled. The air crackled, and the glowing eyes of the creature flickered uncertainly. I continued chanting, the rhythm flowing from me as my voice gained strength. The shadows swirled around me, and I felt the shadows pulling away slowly, as if they couldn't withstand the light of my determination. The shape of the creature twisted and jerked, losing form as I pressed on, pouring everything I had into that chant. "Release them! Let them go!" I cried, my voice rising as I felt fresh energy coursing through me. Suddenly, the shadows exploded outward, the creature shrieking as it was blown back into the dark corners of the room. The echo of its scream still rang in my ears as I stumbled backward, the sudden silence deafening. The candle flickered back to life, illuminating the room and revealing a swirling mist that hung in the air. The oppressive weight lifted completely, and I was left breathless, glancing around in disbelief. But I wasn't safe yet. I had only pushed it back for the moment. I knew I had to find the key, the one sign I had glimpsed in the book. I pored over the pages, frantically searching for a way to conjure it. As I flipped through the worn paper, I felt a shift in the air, a gentle pull guiding me toward the back of the room. Could it be leading me to the door? With renewed hope, I dashed toward the far wall, my eyes scanning for any sign of a latch, a handle, something that would help me escape. The shadows whispered around me, but now sounded confused rather than threatening. I felt a surge of adrenaline as I spotted a faint outline of a door hidden in the corner. I rushed to it, my heart racing again, but it wasn't just a door. It was a portal, swirling with darkness and light, a mix of shadows that seemed both inviting and terrifying. To step through it could lead me back home or deeper into the nightmare, but I knew I had no other choice. I took a deep breath, summoning every bit of courage I had left. Before I could question myself, I pushed the door open, and darkness welcomed me in with a rush of cold air, pulling me forward as I stepped through the threshold. As I stepped through the threshold, the world shifted once again, and I was enveloped by a heavy darkness. It was thick, like fog that wrapped itself around me, making it hard to breathe. I felt as if the air itself had solidified. There were no sounds, just an unsettling quiet that echoed in my mind, amplifying the pounding of my heart. I stumbled forward, disoriented. My hands reached out to steady myself against an invisible wall, but there was nothing to grip. I took a cautious step, and the ground beneath my feet felt soft and sponge-like, almost as if I were walking on flesh. Beneath the surface, I could sense something pulsing, a life force that seemed to respond to my movements. I quickly pulled my foot back, feeling a wave of nausea wash over me. Then, from the corners of my vision, I saw shadows shifting. They flickered like candle flames, teasing my eyes, and I turned quickly, trying to catch a glimpse of what was lurking just out of sight. But every time I focused, the shadows retreated, almost as if they were playing a game with me, drawing nearer and then vanishing into the stillness. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated behind me, shattering the silence and causing me to spin around in shock. It was a door, slamming shut, but I couldn't see it. Just a solid wall of darkness where I thought the exit had been. Panic surged through me, and I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. I banged my fists against where I imagined the door once stood, shouting for it to open, but I only heard my own voice echo back, mocking me. "Get a grip," I whispered to myself, trying to calm my racing heart. I needed to think. I felt around, searching for anything in this void. My fingertips brushed against something rough and cold, and I pulled my hand back, fighting the urge to scream. Whatever it was, it felt alive. I hesitated, but then pressed my hands against the surface again, trying to steady myself. I took a deep breath and leaned closer, focusing on that feeling deep inside my gut, an instinct telling me to keep moving. There had to be something here, a key or a clue. Slowly, I moved forward again, carefully placing one foot in front of the other until I finally hit a solid object. It was a table, old and worn, covered in a thick layer of dust. As I brushed the dust off, I realized there were small objects scattered across it. I grabbed one, a small, ornate key, its surface glinting in the dark like a promise of freedom. Holding the key in my hand felt like holding a lifeline in this endless night. A flicker of hope ignited inside me, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. Still clutching the key, I moved slowly toward the shifting shadows, determined to find a way to escape this nightmare. As I continued to explore the area, the shadows began to morph into shapes, dark outlines taking on a sinister quality. I could see figures forming, faces contorted in expressions of anguish and despair. They were trapped just as I had been. Each face seemed to reach out with pleading eyes, mouths forming silent screams. I felt their pain wash over me, a tide of terror and longing, and I shivered. The shadows shifted and coiled around me, whispering secrets that sent chills racing down my spine. The words were indistinguishable, but each syllable held a weight that pressed heavily against my chest. I could feel my heart thudding louder, pounding against the walls, a fear threatening to close around me. Then, from the darkness, emerged a figure, a woman swathed in shadow, her face shrouded in a veil of darkness. I could barely make out her features, but her eyes glowed with an eerie light. "You shouldn't be here," she whispered, her voice a chilling echo that sent fear spiraling through my veins. "You are not one of us." I tried to speak, but my voice fell silent, caught in the back of my throat. "Why am I here?" I thought desperately. "What do you want from me?" Her shadowy form flickered closer, and I felt an icy breeze rush past me. "You must choose. Will you join us, or will you fight?" The question hung in the air like a thunderclap, sending a wave of confusion and anger through me. "I won't join you," I finally managed to shout, the words feeling like a lifeline, grounding me in the shifting nightmare. "I want to go home." As I shouted, the shadows recoiled, the woman's figure wavering at my defiance. I felt the ground shake beneath me. She twisted her face into a sinister smile, revealing a jagged line of sharp teeth. "Then you have made your choice. But the darkness will never leave you." With that, the shadows lunged forward, spiraling around me like a tempest. I gripped the key tightly, determined not to let go. Somehow, I had to find a way through this, a way to escape and break free from the torment that surrounded me. I thought of the book, and the symbol, the glowing piece that had given me courage. Driven by adrenaline, I turned toward the nearest wall, my fingers trembling as I searched for a lock. In the midst of darkness, my pulse raced as I spotted an outline, a doorframe barely visible in the gloom. With newfound determination, I rushed toward it. I could feel the shadows clawing at my back, desperate to stop me from reaching the salvation that lay ahead. I inserted the key into the lock with shaking hands. The moment the key turned, a blinding light burst forth, bathing me in warmth, driving the shadows back as if they were afraid. I pushed the door open, my heart pounding in my ears. But as the light spilled into the room, I felt a tug of uncertainty. What lay beyond could be another trap, another labyrinth of shadows, but I knew I had to jump into the light. "No more fear," I whispered to myself, and I stepped through, abandoning the darkness behind me. The brightness enveloped me, and I stumbled forward, almost blinded, but the moment I stepped through, the shadows screamed in fury, their wails echoing in my ears. I was in a new place altogether, but the air felt different, less oppressive, lighter. I looked around, bewildered. I was in a vast, open space, but there was something unsettling about it. The ground was covered in dark grass that seemed to sway even though there was no wind. Trees with twisted branches loomed overhead, and dim shapes flitted between them. Suddenly, from the tree line, figures emerged, some familiar, others strange. I squinted, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. They looked like those faces I had seen before, trapped in the shadows. They wore expressions of sorrow, reaching out toward me as if begging for help. "Please," one whispered, a young boy with wide, haunting eyes. "You can't leave us?" I felt another wave of desperation crash over me. Could they be trapped souls? Was I able to help them escape? The urge to help surged within me, but I knew the danger was still alive, lurking in the shadows I had escaped. I didn't know if this was truly my way out or another layer of this grotesque nightmare. And as I stood there, feeling those eyes upon me, the wind began to howl, ripping through the dark trees with a wild fury. The ground trembled again, and shadows from the previous world seemed to seep into this one, swirling around my feet, pulling me back toward the darkness. I fought against it, determination surging again, locking my gaze on the boy. "I will help you," I whispered, feeling the power of my resolve ignite. But first I needed to understand why they were bound here. "What happened to you?" I pleaded, taking a step closer, unsure of how to break this cycle of despair. His voice, filled with sadness, broke through the air. "We were taken. The shadows are hungry, always seeking new souls. You must find the heart of this darkness to set us free." With those words, fear twisted in my gut. I knew what I had to do. I had survived this far. Now I needed to confront the heart of whatever dark entity was behind all of this. I had no time to waste, and the shadows were already closing in again, slashing at the edges of my vision. I turned back to the grove of trees, back toward the gathering shadows. I thought about that book, the key, and the essence of my journey. I took a breath and began to walk toward the heart of the shadows, ready to face whatever lay ahead, ready to uncover the truth and, hopefully, find a way to set both myself and the trapped souls free. I took my first step toward the heart of the shadows, my pulse racing as I moved deeper into the twisted grove. The air around me felt thick, almost suffocating, and I could hear strange whispers weaving through the branches like a chilling lullaby. Each word felt heavy and foreboding, and I strained to catch their meaning, but they slipped from my grasp, leaving only a dull ache of unease. The ground shifted beneath my feet, the dark grass morphing into something more sinister. It felt alive, wrapping around my ankles with a sickly warmth, pulling me down and trying to entangle my legs. Panic surged inside me, and I jerked my foot free, breaking the grip just in time. But I could feel the shadows moving closer, their presence thickening like a storm brewing overhead. I pressed on, determination battling the terror clawing at my insides. Ahead, I could see a darker mass looming against the dim light filtering through the twisted branches. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to flee from whatever lay ahead, but I couldn't abandon the faces I'd seen, the plea in the boy's eyes haunting me. As I approached the mass, a cold wind swept through the trees, sending shivers down my spine. Branches creaked and groaned overhead, as if warning me to stay away. Just then, a sudden rustling erupted from the shadows, and a figure stumbled forward, cloaked in darkness. I froze, my heart thundering in my chest. The spirit was a woman, her face gaunt and hollow, the skin stretched tight over her bones. "Help us," she cried, her voice raw and desperate, echoing in my ears. "You must end the darkness before it consumes you." Her eyes glimmered with tears, glimmers of light shining against the pitch of her form, and I could feel her sorrow pulling at my heartstrings. "What do you mean?" I shouted, my voice trembling with uncertainty. The shadows around us writhed, whispering in frantic tones. "How do I stop this?" She pointed a bony finger deeper into the darkness. "The heart of the shadows is where they gather strength. It feeds on despair and fear. You must confront it to free us all." The ground shook again, a low rumble that twisted my insides. I hesitated, fear gripping me like a vice. But how? What if it destroys me? My voice was barely above a whisper, overshadowed by the encroaching dark. "Fight with all your heart," she replied, her gaze piercing through me. "Remember, you are not alone. We will guide you." Her form flickered, and before I could object, she dissolved back into the shadows, a chilling reminder of what awaited me. Taking a shaky breath, I steeled myself and moved forward, driving away the doubt. The shadows felt like hands reaching out, in the darkness, brushing against my skin, sending jolts of panic spiraling through me. I clenched my fists, the weight of the key in my pocket grounding me, reminding me of my purpose. As I pushed through the darkness, an overwhelming scent of decay filled my lungs. It hung in the air like a funeral shroud, thick and rancid. I forced myself to breathe through my mouth, but the taste of rot lingered on my tongue, and I fought against bile rising in my throat. The atmosphere grew heavier, thickening like molasses, each step feeling like a struggle against an unseen force. I spotted a faint glow ahead, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. It drew me in, pulled by a desperate desire to uncover the truth. As I neared it, I realized the glow emanated from a jagged stone structure, sitting in the middle of a clearing. The stones were covered in dark runes that seemed to shift and writhe, their language foreign yet familiar, whispering secrets that tugged at the edges of my mind. Just before I reached it, the whispers intensified, almost drowning out my thoughts. The shadows behind me surged forward, growing thicker and more consuming, like a living creature intent on snuffing out my light. I turned, heart racing, but the path behind me had vanished, swallowed by a wall of darkness. There was no turning back now. I had to confront whatever this source was. As I stood before the glowing stone, I felt its energy pulsate in rhythm with my heartbeat. The runes glowed brighter as I approached, words spilling from my lips without thought. I instinctively knew these were the incantations from the book, long-forgotten spells to bind the darkness and bring light. I recited the words, their power surging through me, the shadows around me shrieking in protest. But the heart of the darkness responded. The ground shook violently, and with a dreadful roar, tendrils of obscurity shot out toward me, wrapping around my limbs, pulling me into an abyss. I struggled against them, fighting to stay anchored to the stone. "No, I won't let you take me," I shouted, summoning every ounce of strength within me. With every ounce of willpower, I pushed against the oppressive dark, focusing on the glowing stone and the warmth radiating from it. I could feel despair and panic clawing at my spirit, but I drew on the faint glimmers of light in my heart, the hope that still flickered amid the terror. I fought back with everything I had, channeling that energy through my voice. "Begone!" I screamed, the words growing louder, shaking the very air around me. The shadows recoiled, their screams melding into a tortured wail that pierced the abyss. I refused to let fear control me. Slowly, the tendrils began to loosen their grip. I pulled the key from my pocket and lifted it toward the pulsing stone. A wave of energy surged through me, a bright light exploding from the key, cascading over the dark figures that surrounded me, illuminating their features. I saw the faces I had encountered, some filled with joy, others still haunted by their despair. "You must find the core," the boy's voice rang through my mind, urging me on. "Break the heart of darkness." The structure before me glowed even brighter as the shadows twisted angrily, thrashing about and losing form. I plunged the key into the stone, the moment fraught with anticipation. The glow engulfed me, and I felt a rush of power reverberate through my body, as if I had tapped into something ancient and primal. In a blinding flash, light burst forth from the stone, erupting like a supernova, and I was flung backward, the shock wave sending me sprawling to the ground. I shielded my eyes against the brilliance, feeling the intense warmth flood over me. The shadows screamed in fury, retreating as the light chased them back, clutching at their forms and unraveling the darkness. But as the light dissipated, a chilling realization washed over me. Though the immediate darkness had been banished, I could sense a deeper, more insidious force lurking just beyond the horizon, a darkness that would not vanish so easily. I had only scratched the surface, and the fight was far from over. Struggling to my feet, I faced the remnants of the shadows, still swirling, still angry. But now they were merely echoes, flickering against the edges of my vision. I could feel the tether to the trapped souls growing weaker, but there was a relentless gnawing at my thoughts, an unfinished business left to resolve. "I will find you," I vowed, looking where the darkness seemed to collect, pressing my hand against the warm stone to absorb its lingering energy. The light had shown me glimpses of the souls I needed to save, and I wouldn't back down until I pushed this nightmare from my world forever. Taking a deep breath, I prepared myself for what lay ahead, knowing this was only the beginning. I stepped forward again, heart pounding with both fear and resolve. I had to delve deeper into the abyss, deeper than I had ever imagined. I would confront the darkness, not as a victim, but as a warrior, willing to fight not just for myself, but for all those who had suffered in silence in this realm of shadows. I stepped forward into the darkness, my heart racing. The air grew heavier with each stride, pressing against my chest like an unseen weight. I could feel the essence of fear wrapping around me, coiling tighter with every heartbeat. Shadows seemed to watch and whisper, their voices melting together in a maddening hum that echoed in my mind. The glow of the stone faded behind me, swallowed by the returning gloom. Instead of the peace I expected, all I felt was dread. I turned my head, scanning the perimeter, desperate to spot anything that might hint at the path I had to follow. The atmosphere hung thick with an energy I couldn't describe, cold and alive, flickering like a candle about to be extinguished. I pressed ahead, hoping to uncover the next step. The ground transformed beneath my feet, shifting from solid earth to a slippery surface that felt unnatural, almost like walking on wet, warm flesh. I stumbled, dragging my foot through a thick, viscous substance that coated the ground, staining my shoes with a chilling warmth. It churned and twisted, almost alive, and I couldn't fight the wave of nausea rising in my throat. Suddenly, a blood-curdling shriek pierced the heavy silence. The sound echoed deep within the dark trees, clashing violently with the rhythmic whispers that insisted on drawing me deeper into the unknown. What was that? I gasped, the urgency striking me like a cold knife. My instincts screamed to run, but curiosity kept my feet rooted in place. In the distance, a flickering light caught my eye. I squinted, trying to gather my bearings. It looked almost like a lantern, bobbing gently as if someone, or something, was walking through the shadows. I moved towards it, drawn by an unexplainable pull, half expecting the warmth of companionship, but feeling more like a moth led to a flame. As I approached, the light dimmed, and a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a woman, her clothes tattered and her hair a tangled mess, hanging limply around her face. Her skin was ashen, and her eyes wide, swirling with a mesmerizing blend of despair and fear. "Help me," she breathed, her voice barely a whisper, broken and choked, yet urgent. "What happened to you?" I asked, my voice trembling as I drew closer. I could tell she was as trapped by the darkness as those faces I had seen before. "They take you," she gasped, her voice trembling. "Those who wander here, they bind your soul to this place. You must leave before it's too late." Her eyes darted to the darkness behind me, a look of pure terror flooding her features. And for a split second, the flickering light illuminated something behind her, something dark and shapeless. Panic welled up inside me, and I turned quickly to see what loomed in the shadows. The darkness rippled, and I caught a glimpse of towering figures, twisted shapes melding into the shadows, volatile and hungry. My instincts screamed at me to run, but I forced myself to focus on the woman. "How do I escape?" I pleaded, my voice strained. Her gaze hardened, and desperation filled her features. "You must find the heart, confront the source. But beware," she warned, her voice trembling. "They'll try to trap you. Do not listen to their lies." The shadows stirred at her words, thickening and creeping closer, the darkness alive and vicious. I looked back at her, a need to help surging through me. "I won't leave you." "No," she cried, grabbing my arm with surprising strength. Her grip was icy, biting into my skin. "Your escape is all that matters. You must go now." But before I could respond, a chilling howl erupted from the trees, shaking the ground beneath us. I felt the air grow colder. All warmth leached away. The dark figures lunged forward, their movements fluid and swift, swirling like mist around the woman as I helplessly watched. Through the chaos, I managed to see their ghastly faces, twisted and deformed, devoid of humanity, staring at me with an otherworldly hunger. The woman released her grip, eyes wide with horror as she was engulfed by the darkness, her figure fading into the inky void. "Run," was the last thing I heard before the shadows swallowed her whole, dragging her into their depths. Fear shot through me, and I turned and sprinted away from the sinister figures, my heart thundering in my chest. The whispers grew louder, taunting me, trying to snatch at my thoughts. "You can't escape," they hissed, wrapping around me like chains. "Turn back. Join us." Ignoring their words, I raced through the trees, weaving between gnarled branches that reached out like claws. I had to find the heart of this darkness. Each frantic heartbeat urged me onward, and my breath came in ragged gasps, the need to survive pushing me forward despite the overwhelming terror clawing at my mind. Just ahead, I spotted a clearing, a glimmer of light shimmering in the oppressive darkness. As I stumbled into the open space, I found myself standing before a massive tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, pulsating with an eerie glow. Dark figures writhed around its base, circling like vultures, their hungry eyes boring into me. In that moment, I understood. The heart of the shadows was not a stone or artifact, but something much darker and more alive. This tree was the source. It thrummed with dark energy, branches stretching like skeletal fingers into the sky, and its roots coiled deep into the ground, drinking in the despair surrounding it. My resolve hardened as I stepped closer, anger erupting inside me. "I won't let you take anyone else." The words erupted from my lips, resonating with the power of my determination. The shadows hissed in response, recoiling slightly at my defiance, but their hunger twisted the atmosphere, almost palpable. They surged back towards me, their forms blending into the tree, as if the darkness itself was attempting to snuff out the light within me. I raised the key high, feeling its warmth against my skin. It felt like a beacon against the rancid darkness, glimmering with a fierce light. "You have no power over me," I shouted, thrusting the key into the tree's bark. The moment it made contact, a shockwave pulsed through the air, sending ripples of light bursting forth from the point of contact. The shadows shrieked, a horrifying cacophony of agony and rage vibrating through the clearing. It felt like the very ground beneath me was screaming in protest, and the tree's bark cracked, splitting wide to reveal a swirling vortex of light and darkness within. I could feel the energy surge around me, pulling at my body. I stumbled back, trying to maintain my balance as it swirled around, threatening to yank me into its depths. "No! I have to finish this!" I roared, pushing against the force that tried to obtain my will, my determination strengthening with every pulse of energy. With one last, desperate push, I dove forward, resolving to face whatever lay in the heart of that swirling mass. I was ready to confront the darkness, to purge it once and for all, even if it meant confronting the fears I had buried deep down. As I plunged into the vortex, light and shadows colliding in a riot of colors that dazzled and disoriented me. The cries of souls echoed around me, blending into a symphony of fear and longing. I was surrounded by images, faint faces pleading for help, some familiar, others distant, all trapped in a cycle of despair. The sensation was overwhelming, the very essence of their pain wrapping around me, trying to pull me down into the depths of their suffering. But I took a deep breath and focused on my own heart's rhythm, the fire of my resolve cutting through the chaos surrounding me. I wouldn't let it consume me. "You will not get me!" I screamed against the whirl of shadows, forcing my will against the tide, determined to face this entity once and for all. The darkness tightened around me, but I was ready. I was fighting for myself, for all those lost souls. I channeled every ounce of light I had left, every moment I had endured. "You will be purged," I shouted, my voice resolute. And as I reached for the center of the vortex, where light met the overwhelming darkness, the world exploded in a brilliant flash, my scream echoing into the void. The world around me exploded in light, and for a moment, I felt weightless, as if floating in a vast expanse, unanchored by fear or darkness. But that moment shattered as quickly as it came. The screams of the souls echoed in my ears, pulling me back into the tumultuous vortex, a chilling reminder of the torment I was wading into. I found myself deposited into a nightmare, fractured memories swirling around me, the darkness eager to envelop me again. It felt hostile, alive, and hungry for my spirit. The cold tendrils of despair gripped my ankles like chains, dragging me back toward the shadows that lingered just out of sight, waiting to consume me whole. Feet pounding on the ground, I wove through this distorted landscape, dark trees looming above with gnarled branches acting like fingers eager to snatch at me. I could feel the very air thickening, smothering in a cloying sweetness that reminded me too much of rotting fruit. It was suffocating, almost overwhelming, and I stumbled, coughing as my throat tightened, but I couldn't stop. Out of the darkness, a form emerged, a grotesquely twisted creature, its body elongated and limped. It shuffled toward me, moving at an angle that defied logic, like some terrible marionette made of shadows and desperation. Its face was hidden in shadow, but I could make out the hollow points where eyes should have been, and I felt a chill race down my spine, an innate terror of being observed by something so profoundly devoid of humanity. "Do you seek the truth?" it rasped, a voice hollow and echoing like a distant bell tolling for the damned. "Do you know what it means to be truly lost?" I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came. My throat felt dry and constricted, and instead of responding, I turned and ran. The thing's laughter followed, a sound that twisted my insides, each chuckle slicing through my hope like barbed wire. I could hear it move, its steps quickening, an echoing rhythm that became unnervingly familiar, as though it were mimicking my own heartbeat, and each trembling beat sent ripples of fear through my being. Just ahead, the dark fog parted slightly, revealing a small shrine made of stones adorned with wilted flowers. It was a pitiful sight, the remnants of offerings turned to rot under the thick, choking atmosphere. I felt compelled to approach, drawn by the sorrow emanating from the shallow pit at the center. Instinctively, I knelt down, brushing the dirt aside, and uncovered a small, faded photograph, a group of smiling faces, untroubled and unaware of the nightmare that awaited them. The faces began to twist and contort, transforming into reflections of utter despair. Panic surged within me as the weight of their pain crashed over me, images of their last moments flickering before my eyes as if the darkness had replayed their suffering in vivid detail. Shades of guilt clawed at me. Why couldn't I save them? Just then, from the corner of my eye, I caught movement, a shadowy figure darting between the trees. My heart raced. I had to know if it was another lost soul or yet another twisted monster. I pushed myself up, stumbling slightly before locking my sight on the darkness. The figure hesitated before disappearing into the thick fog, beckoning me to follow. Without thinking, I rushed forward, my breath coming in jagged gasps. I had to know. I needed to understand. As I followed, the air turned sharp and cold, stripping away any warmth from my body. Each step was heavier, as if the ground sought to anchor me to my fears, to root me in the past. The shadows deepened, choking the light. Suddenly, I was engulfed by an icy mist, and I lost sight of the figure. The sounds of the forest faded, and the whispers came back, hissing secrets that clawed at my sanity. "Come back! You cannot leave. You belong with us." Desperation ignited a fire in my gut. "I won't give in," I yelled into the suffocating darkness, but the mist only thickened in response, swirling violently around me. I could feel phantoms pressing against me, their chill penetrating my skin, gnawing at my resolve. I stumbled backward, gasping for air, the suffocating grip causing my vision to blur. Then I heard the soft sobbing, a low, heart-wrenching sound that sliced through the haze. It echoed with familiarity, and I realized it was the same sound I had heard earlier, back when I found the woman before the tree. She was still here, trapped in this torment. "Help me," her voice called out again, laced with desperation. "Please help me." Compelled by a force I couldn't resist, I followed the sound, pushing ahead despite the oppressive shadows that clawed at my back. I fought through the thickets, finally crashing into an open area. There, beneath a grotesque tree adorned with twisted limbs, lay the woman, her form weak and trembling, consumed by shadows that wrapped around her like chains. "Stay back. Don't come closer," she warned as I neared. Her face contorted in pain, but the shadows woven around her desperately reached for me, their long fingers stretching out in an unyielding grasp. "You cannot save me. It will only pull you in." "No!" I shouted, instinctively rushing toward her, the anger flaring within me. "I'm not leaving you behind." I knelt beside her, and as I reached out, the shadows recoiled, hissing like angry snakes. "Join us," they whispered, their voices twisted and seductive, trying to warp my thoughts. I shut my eyes, ignoring the temptation gnawing at my mind, focusing instead on her. What can I do to break this? Burn it, she panted, her voice faint. You have to burn the shadows. Only then can we be free. Her words embedded themselves in my mind as the shadows intensified their assault, creeping closer, wanting to silence her, wanting to extinguish the hope blooming between us. The weight of despair pressed down, urging me to surrender, to give in, but I fought back, clenching my fists. Searching around, I found broken branches littering the ground. I frantically gathered them, fumbling between the rapidly approaching darkness. The whispers grew louder, mocking me. Futility, you'll never escape. With a determination fueled by desperation, I set to work, arranging the branches in front of me. I needed a spark, a reason to fan the flames of hope. With a racing heart, I glanced around, searching for anything to ignite my makeshift pyre. A thought hit me like a hammer. My key. Perhaps it held more than just power. It could burn through this nightmare, too. Taking a deep breath, I unsheathed the key, holding it high above the sticks, focusing every ounce of will into it. I could feel the energy coursing through me, vibrant and alive. With a swift motion, I brought the key down towards the branches, a burning hope igniting within. Burn! I cried, plunging the key into the pile of wood. Instantly, a bright flame shot forth, illuminating the clearing and banishing the dark fog. The shadows howled in fury, their voices rising to a deafening crescendo as the fire roared to life, engulfing everything in its wake. The woman's face brightened, hope flooding her features as she clutched my hands. You did it! We could be free! But the shadows only retaliated, shifting and twisting angrily, unleashing snarls of rage. They crashed against the light, clawing at the fire, trying to snuff it out. A deafening roar emanated from the depths of the darkness, shaking the ground beneath our feet. As the fire raged, it felt like a battle between two realms, flame and shadow, life and despair. I locked eyes with the woman beside me, realizing that this was our moment to fight back, to pull all the trapped souls from the edge of despair. Together, I shouted, raising my arms, we fight for our freedom. Fueled by the flames and the raw power of hope, I felt the energy surge through me. Join hands, I cried out, and she followed suit, our fingers intertwined in a fierce bond against the shadows. We pulled from the heart of the fire, from the hope it brought, amplifying its strength. The flames expanded, surging into the swirling mass of darkness as we pushed forward, unyielding. The shadows shrieked in agony, their forms dissolving under the relentless blaze. Light and heat danced erratically, driving back the encroaching shadows, forcing them to recoil. But the darkness wasn't finished. Tendrils lashed out, snaking around us, vengeful remnants trying to pull us back into the void. It felt as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling, tearing apart at the seams as the malevolent force tried to reclaim its lost prey. I focused on the warmth surging through my body and the vision of those souls pulling me forward. We will win, I shouted, feeling fire ignite within, and with every ounce of strength, I directed it toward the shadows. Together, the flames surged, brighter and hotter, consuming the tendrils of darkness trying to shackle us. Each scream echoed in the air, the cacophony layered with sorrow and fury, but it only fueled my determination. I would not let them win. Not today, not against the will of the living. Then, with an explosion of light, the fire erupted, expanding outward and enveloping everything. The shadows flickered and spasmed, fading into wisps of nothingness as light swallowed the darkness whole. I felt the force of the explosion push against my body, and heat wrapped around me like a protective shroud. But even in the moment of victory, something more sinister lingered in the shadows, watching, waiting. The remaining dark entities howled in agony, but a cold voice whispered, "This is not over." As the flame consumed the darkness, I understood. The fear, the torment might be a cycle, one I could disrupt, but it wouldn't be the last I faced. This was merely the beginning of the fight, and somewhere deep in the shadows waited the true heart of despair, a darkness that would stop at nothing to reclaim its power. With fire and determination in my heart, I knew I had to prepare for the battles that lay ahead. Together, we could face this darkness, and when the moment came, I would be ready. With the flames burning fiercely around us, I could feel the warmth seep into my skin, a stark contrast to the chill that had gripped me just moments before. The fire crackled and roared, illuminating everything in a flickering light that cast eerie shadows dancing across the forest. But the sense of triumph was short-lived. In the depths of my mind, the haunting words echoed, "This is not over." The fear wrapped around me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible still waited in the darkness, lurking just outside the reach of the firelight, its dark tendrils stretching toward us. The woman beside me squeezed my hand, a thin veil of hope woven into her fearful expression. "We did it," she whispered, but I saw doubt flickering in her eyes. "But we have to keep moving. The creature knows we are here. It knows we're a threat." I looked around, scanning the edges of the clearing, where the darkness still murmured and grumbled. Even through the blaze, shadows seemed to coil and shift, whispering secrets I could not comprehend. They were alive, gestating in their rage, simmering with indignation at being exposed. "Where do we go?" I asked, my voice steadier than I felt, fearing the shadows might hear the trembling in my heart. "There's an exit," she said, glancing nervously over her shoulder. "If we can reach the old path, we might have a chance to escape." I nodded, my resolve hardening. "Lead the way." We moved quickly, the firelight fading behind us as we plunged into the deeper parts of the forest. The air turned colder, and the moist wood beneath my feet was slick with decay. With each step, the atmosphere thickened, weighed down by an unbearable tension that made my skin crawl. As we navigated through twisted trees, the whispers grew louder, swirling around me like wind-caught leaves, filling my ears with madness. "You can't escape," they echoed, a cacophony of taunts, seeming to point out my helplessness like a spotlight on an empty stage. I felt my heart race with every breath, a frantic tempo that resonated with the growing dread surrounding us. Then, suddenly, we reached a clearing, but it was unlike the last. This one carried an oppressive stillness. The ground was covered in a thick layer of mist that curled like tendrils snaking around our ankles, urging us to stay and linger. It smelled of rot and something metallic, a stench that caused my stomach to twist. "I don't like this," I muttered, uneasiness creeping into my voice. But before she could respond, a chilling wind blew through the trees, carrying with it a haunting melody, a lullaby that tugged at my thoughts. I froze, caught in the sweet grip of its sound, like a memory I couldn't quite grasp but yearned for. The woman's grip on my arm tightened, pulling me back to reality. "Don't listen. It's a trap." As if responding to her words, the mist began to swirl faster, rising higher, thickening the air until it felt like a living, breathing substance. Through the haze, I caught glimpses of shadowy figures, faces I recognized from the photograph. They floated just beyond reach, their expressions twisted in longing and despair, beckoning me closer with gaunt hands that stretched out like skeletal forms. "Help us," they murmured in unison, their voices weaving together in a haunting plea. "You have to set us free." "No," I shouted, recoiling from the dark enchantment. "I won't fall for that." The woman pulled me away, her eyes wide with fear, but the shadows surged forward, drawn by my defiance. They lunged, glowing eyes piercing through the mist, shimmering with a tortured yearning. "Join us," they screeched, rage swelling in their voices as they reached for me, claw-like hands clawing for a grasp on my spirit. I closed my eyes, fighting against the growing tide of torment. "No, I'm not yours." In that moment of defiance, a spark ignited within me, fueled by the hope of the woman beside me and the momentum of my survival. I reached deep inside, remembering the fire we had kindled earlier. In my mind's eye, I envisioned that flame, wrapping it around my heart, expanding it till it burst forth with radiant energy. "Back!" I yelled, pulling her closer as I thrust my hands toward the encroaching darkness, unleashing a wave of bright light that surged forth like a shockwave. The shadows hissed as it struck them, recoiling violently like paper caught in flame. The haunting faces twisted in pain, their cries mingling with the gusts of the wind, echoing through the dense woods. "You can't extinguish us," they howled, their voices fraying at the edges, growing wild and erratic. Even as the darkness fluctuated against the brilliant light, my heart pounded a relentless rhythm, urging me to push forward. "We can break this cycle," I shouted, the conviction roaring within me now. "We can break free." In response, the mist convulsed violently, changing tone as the air flickered with malevolence, a feral rage weaving through the darkness. Suddenly, the shadowy figures began merging, forming a massive silhouette that loomed overhead, an abomination made of swirling blackness, its outline flickering between the shapes of lost souls and twisted horrors. "I am the keeper of this place," a voice rumbled, deep and guttural, reverberating through the clearing and shaking the ground beneath my feet. "You have trespassed in my domain." The mist parted, revealing more nightmares, their forms grotesque and deformed, squeezing the hope from my lungs. I had entered the realm of nightmares, and it was declaring war. Without thinking, I turned to the woman beside me, her eyes brimming with fear, yet gleaming with determination. "We can't stop now," I shouted, urging her to believe. "We need to stand together." Holding tight to one another, strength surged between us. The dark figure stretched closer, twisting its form in an enticing dance, trying to pull us apart. "Your hope is futile," it hissed, its voice laced with venom. "Embrace despair." The shadows howled and clawed at the air, reaching for us with a myriad of hands, desperate to snatch us back into the void. But we were determined. With a deep breath, I concentrated on the flame again, feeling its warmth ignite within me. "Together!" I screamed, and the fire burst forth again, the brightness expanding like the sun, purging the shadows as they shrieked in terror. As the light enveloped us, I felt the darkness begin to break and shatter, the keeper's form twisting in agony before exploding into a million shards, scattering like ashes carried on the wind. In that moment, the whole clearing vibrated with energy. The trees groaned, the mist began to clear, and for the first time, I could see the stars twinkling through the dark canopy above. But even as triumph swelled in my chest, I couldn't shake the sensation that something still lurked beyond the light, just outside the edges of my vision. A terror that hinted at an even greater evil. "We can't let our guard down," I said quietly to the woman beside me, my voice low yet firm. "Whatever that was, it's only a fraction of the darkness that lies in wait." And then, without warning, the ground trembled beneath our feet again. The ground trembled beneath my feet again, a deep thrumming that resonated through the air like a heartbeat, steady, ominous. As I steadied myself, I looked around, panic rising in my throat. The stars twinkled above, but something felt wrong, an unnatural quiet that draped over the clearing like a shroud, smothering the faintest hope I felt. "Keep moving," I urged the woman beside me, her expression mirroring my worries. "We can't stay here." But just as we turned to escape, a chilling laughter echoed through the mist, a cruel sound that seemed to wrap around us like chains. My heart raced, pounding against my ribs as I recognized the source. A figure emerged, darker than the night itself, its eyes glowing with a sinister light. "I told you the darkness is always watching," the voice boomed, a mocking invitation that sent shivers crawling down my spine. I squinted into the darkness, trying to make sense of its form as it slithered closer, obscuring the light from the fire. It elongated and twisted, the features shifting like smoke, a face I couldn't quite identify hidden within the shadows. For every step I took back, it took two forward, hunger shimmering in its eyes as it hungered for my fear. "We mustn't let it get to us," I whispered, determination clashing with dread. I squeezed the woman's hand tighter, our connection a fragile lifeline in the storm that was closing in around us. "Stay close. No one can help you now," it said, the mockery in its tone wrapping around those words and squeezing them tight. It drew nearer, its presence overwhelming, sucking the warmth from the air. The mist thickened, coiling around my feet like the very essence of despair, pulling me down into the darkness. Suddenly, images began flashing before my eyes, snippets of lost souls doomed to wander, their faces contorted in fear and sorrow. I saw them rise and fall in a dance with the shadows, trapped between realms, endless in their hunger to find peace. "Help us!" they cried, voices overlapping like a cacophony of anguish. "You will join us." "Don't listen," I shouted, shaking my head violently as though the movement could dispel the horrid images flooding my vision. "We're not like them." In that moment, the figure lunged at us, its clawed hands reaching through the mist, aiming directly at our throats. I instinctively pushed the woman behind me, feeling the cool breeze of its movement graze my skin. I could feel the chill seeping deep into my bones, as if it had taken a piece of my spirit with it. "Run!" I urged, forcing myself to move despite the terror paralyzing my legs. I propelled forward, dragging the woman with me as we stumbled into the depths of the mist. Each breath felt heavier, filled with sorrow, each step a battle against the pull of the shadows. The laughter followed, relentless and maddening, echoing in my ears with every hesitant step we took. As we sprinted deeper into the thicket, something caught my attention, a shimmer in the distance, a faint light flickering like a firefly. Desperate for a way out, I ran towards it, senses heightened, heart racing. "Look!" I shouted, pointing ahead. "Do you see that?" "Yes," she gasped, her breath uneven. Hope flickered in her eyes, and we pushed onward, fueled by the faint glimmer of possibility. But the closer we got, the more palpable the darkness became, clawing at us, trying to snuff out that last spark of hope. I glanced back, and my heart sank. The figure followed, swirling in the mist, morphing into countless haunting faces, all pleading, all shrieking in a chorus of despair. "You can't escape," they howled, anger reverberating through the mist. The light loomed larger now, pulsating like a heartbeat, filled with warmth and assurance. "We have to reach it," I yelled, but the shadows surged, a living tide of dark intent aiming to overwhelm us. Suddenly, the ground erupted beneath us. A chasm opened wide, jagged and deep, a void that stretched into uncertainty, pulling everything and everyone towards its center. I stumbled backward, nearly losing my balance as the ground split beneath my feet. The woman screamed, grasping my arm tightly, and I pulled her closer, our feet teetering on the edge of an abyss. The darkness surged, the figure looming ever closer, hissing with rage as it sensed our vulnerability. "You will fall into despair. No one can save you now." Ignoring the panic clawing at my throat, I concentrated on that fleeting light ahead. "Hold on to me. We need to jump." Without waiting another second, I pulled her close, feeling the heat of her body against mine, and leaped forward, trusting my instinct. As we sailed through the air, the shadows reached for us, fingers curling and clutching, grasping desperately at our heels. Time slowed, and I could feel the air rushing past, each second stretching into eternity. It felt like we were suspended in an endless moment between the worlds of light and dark. Then suddenly we hit the earth, soft, pliable, and warm. I rolled, pulling the woman with me, as we landed in a pile of brilliant flowers that bloomed fiercely, their colors vivid against the encroaching darkness. The shadows recoiled at the bright blooms, screeching as though they were raw sunlight piercing their very essence. Breathless, I pushed myself up, my heart racing as I surveyed the miraculous sight. Flowers illuminating our surroundings in colors that sang through the night, defying the darkness that had threatened to consume us. But in the back of my mind, fear gnawed at me. "We can't rest," I said, my voice shaky but determined. "This isn't over." The woman nodded, her eyes scanning the periphery of our vibrant sanctuary, fear flickering beneath the hopeful light. "What do we do now?" she asked, trembling slightly. "We have to find a way to banish it for good," I replied, meeting her gaze with unwavering conviction. "There has to be something here, something that can protect us." Just then, a rustling came from behind the flowers, a low growl reverberating through the air. My heart sank. What now? I turned slowly, dread pooling in my stomach as the flowers began to wilt, their vibrant hues fading into gray and brown, ominous shadows creeping in. Emerging from the underbrush was a creature, one I had only glimpsed in nightmares, a grotesque amalgamation of limbs and eyes, dripping with the stench of decay. Its voice rumbled like thunder, an ominous warning reverberating deep within my bones. "You have trespassed into my territory," it hissed, ghastly remnants of a smile spreading across its twisted visage. Instinctively, I took a step back, pulling the woman with me. "This place is a refuge," I shouted, not sure if it would even matter. "We're trying to leave." But the creature merely laughed, a chilling sound that sent tremors through my body. "Leave? No, you will not leave. You will join the gathering." And then, before I could react, the shadows surged forward, engulfing the flowers, tightening their grip around us as we stood paralyzed with fear. The laughter grew louder, echoing in my ears, drowning out the truth that this night promised nothing but despair. Time seemed to twist around us, the world swirling into darkness once more, as everything I had fought against threatened to consume me whole. The weight of the shadows pressed in, clawing at my resolve as I faced the nightmare I had awakened. But I wouldn't surrender. Not yet. I couldn't give in to despair. Clenching my fists, I steeled my resolve as the monster advanced, its grotesque features growing clearer, each grotesque detail making my stomach turn. The stench of rot filled the air, thick and suffocating, like the shadows reaching for me. The creature's eyes glowed like embers, a malevolent hunger swirling in their depths as it drew close. "Join the gathering," it echoed, every word dripped with malice. "You will serve a purpose here. You will become one with the shadows." My heart pounded like a war drum, a primal instinct overcoming the fear. "We're not afraid of you," I shouted, though my voice trembled. I wanted my words to be strong, but the terror in my gut roiled. I glanced at the woman, fear etched on her face, her eyes wide with dread. As if sensing my wavering courage, the creature lunged, its elongated limbs stretching, clawed fingers gleaming under the faint remnants of light. But something inside me ignited a desperate interplay of instinct and conviction. I took a step forward, shouting, "You can't have us!" In that moment, I didn't just see the darkness around me. I felt it. It whispered tantalizing promises, luring me into its embrace. "Join us. Embrace despair." "No!" I shouted again, shaking my head fiercely. I had to break free from the spell. This can't be all there is. At that declaration, the shadows stirred, hesitating for just a heartbeat. For a flicker of time, I forced my memories to surface. Warmth of the sun on my face, laughter echoing in the distance, moments filled with joy. Those images fanned the flames within me. "Remember the light," I urged the woman, my voice steadying. "Remember where we came from." The creature faltered, and for just an instant, doubt crossed its ghastly countenance. I seized the opportunity to act. I reached deep inside, gathering every ounce of willpower I could muster. "I will not let you win." With a primal scream, I focused on the radiant warmth I had felt earlier, picturing it as a swirling glow in my chest, as if the fire within was manifesting into a brilliant sphere of light. I stretched my hands toward the creature, unleashing that fervor like a beacon of hope cutting through the suffocating darkness. The light exploded outward, illuminating the clearing, casting everything in sharp contrast. In that moment, the shadows shrieked, recoiling from the fierce glow that radiated from me. I could see their faces twist with rage, shadows losing their grip, shadows slipping away like water through my fingers. "You can't take us?" I yelled, feeling a rush of power surge through me. But the creature wasn't finished. A tortured growl escaped its lips, a sound that reverberated in my bones. It lunged again, furiously, aiming to crush the light with its shadows. "No more games!" It roared, its tone cutting through the air like a crack of thunder. The moment it launched itself, something ancient stirred within the earth beneath us, a tremor that ran through the ground like a ripple. The flowers surrounding us wilted, and the vibrant colors dulled, but their roots reacted with the pulse of the light. The earth trembled as if awakening from a long slumber, sending a shockwave of energy toward the creature. As if sensing the shift, the monster halted for a split second, eyes narrowing in horror. It let out a cry of anguish, a sound so deep it shook the very air around us. "You think you can resist?" it shouted, the shadows swirling violently around it, gathering into a fierce dark mass once more. Still, I held fast to that radiant warmth inside me, unyielding in my determination. I sensed the woman beside me drawing strength from my conviction. She stepped forward, matching my stance, her gaze locked on the creature. "We have each other," she declared, her voice cracking through the overwhelming dread. "We refuse to be part of your darkness." The beast's expression twisted in fury, the shadows around it flaring like fire. "You think unity can save you," it screeched, voice split between laughter and rage. "I will show you your fate." Suddenly, the ground roared in response, and cracks split the earth as the darkness billowed outward around its form. The shadows began to melt away, leaving nothing but space and emptiness behind. I felt the familiar pull of dread clawing at my stomach, but this time a glimmer of hope sparked. Whatever was happening felt powerful, substantial. "Trust the light," I shouted to the woman, my heart racing. "It's our way out." With that, I focused everything on forging a connection between the force of light within me and the energies of resilience all around. Brilliant streams of light burst forth, intertwining with the fading shadows until they tore apart, giving way to a golden glow that illuminated the clearing. The creature howled, the sound reverberating in the night, an anguished wail that could rattle bones. In desperation, it thrashed, but with each moment, it began to dissolve, pieces of it disintegrating like mist in the sunlight. "You'll regret this," it roared, fading into nothingness. As the last remnants of darkness receded, I felt a rush of weight lift from my shoulders. I collapsed onto the ground, breathless from holding on to hope. The woman fell beside me, panting as the radiant energy enveloped us. A warm comfort wrapped around us like an embrace, filling us with a sense of safety we hadn't felt in what seemed like forever. "Did we win?" she whispered, looking up at the stars that slowly reappeared in the night sky, brilliant once more and shining down on us. "I think so," I managed, still trying to catch my breath. But a nagging feeling deep down told me the battle was not over yet. In the back of my mind, dread flickered. "But we have to stay vigilant." And just as those words left my lips, an ominous chill swept through the clearing. The calmness around us felt wrong, like the eerie silence before a storm. I could sense they were still watching. "We have to find a way out of here," I said, urgency creeping back into my voice. "Now!" Standing together, we braced ourselves and started moving cautiously again. The shadows may have retreated, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something more sinister lay ahead. Just then, I heard a soft rustling from behind us, like whispers echoing through the trees. "Do you hear that?" I asked, glancing back, my heart racing. "Yeah," she replied, her eyes wide and fearful. "It sounds like crying." The noise grew louder, a soft weeping blending with the sounds of the night. My skin prickled with unease. A chill slithered down my spine as I realized that it wasn't just the woods whispering. It felt alive with sorrow and pain. Shadows seemed to gather once again, pooling beneath the trees around us. "Stay close," I warned, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. We pressed forward, but the weeping grew louder, echoing around us, more potent with every step while the air thickened with despair. The shadows danced, almost playfully, as if inviting us deeper into their realm. "Help us," a voice murmured, sweet yet haunting. "Don't leave us here." Against my better judgment, I hesitated, glancing at the woman beside me. "What if they need help?" "No," she insisted, pulling on my arm. "We can't give in again. They want to trap us." But the whispering drew me in, filling my mind with conflicted emotions. Images of lost souls flashed again, faces staring into the void, longing for hope. My heart ached for them, but I couldn't let that draw me back into the abyss. "We have to keep moving," I urged, shaking my head to dispel the fog wrapping around my thoughts. The shadows flickered at the edges of my vision, hinting at the suffering lurking just out of sight, and I couldn't help but wonder, what if we really could help them? Yet, deep down, I sensed the danger was too great. As fear threatened to take hold again, I clenched my fists, determined to press on, to fight against the lure of despair. "This isn't our final chapter," I declared, my breath catching in my throat. Suddenly, the shadows surged forward, forming arms that reached out in desperate need, cold tendrils wrapping around my legs, trying to drag me back. "Don't leave us! Help us escape!" they cried, voices mingling in a haunting chorus. "No!" I yelled, tearing away from their grasp, but they swirled and twisted, more determined than ever. Desperation filled my lungs as I fought against the dark that wanted to consume me. I could feel it tugging at my soul, trying to pull me into the dark depths where hope was forever lost. The woman screamed beside me as the shadows lunged for her too. "Fight it!" I shouted, desperate to reach her. "We can't let it win!" In that moment of panic, I did the only thing I could think of, drawing from the light deep within me. I imagined it erupting outward again. Slowly at first, pulses of radiant energy began to flow from me, illuminating the area around us. The shadows hissed and recoiled from the warmth, their grasp weakening. Just as we seemed to break free, a loud crash resonated from the trees beyond, snapping my focus. I glanced to the side, and the shadows froze momentarily. Then, to my horror, an even larger figure emerged from the darkness, towering over us with eyes that blazed like burning coals. "You dare defy the realm of shadows?" The figure boomed, voice echoing like thunder around the clearing. "You will pay dearly for your insolence." The shadows, now entwined with panic, reeled and swirled, moving to their new master's side. I felt the ground shift beneath me, reminding me of how small I was compared to the dark entity that loomed closer, a palpable force of dread ready to engulf us. This was it, the culmination of everything that had haunted us, and the shadow I had first defied stood ready to reclaim what we had won in that brief moment of radiance. I could feel despair creeping back in as I faced this new threat. I squeezed the woman's hand tighter, my heart racing as I prepared to stand my ground against whatever lay ahead. I felt the weight of dread settle over me like a thick fog as the giant shadow stepped forward. Its presence seemed to absorb the very light I had summoned, sucking the warmth from the air around us. The figure towered ominously, a twisted amalgamation of limbs and darkness, eyes glowing with a hunger that chilled me to the core. "Look at you!" Two little flames flickering in the dark, it whispered, voice smooth yet laced with malice. "You think you can extinguish the shadows and leave this place unscathed?" I swallowed hard and tried to stand my ground, but my legs felt like lead. My mind raced, searching for a way to escape, a plan to counter the heaviness that pressed in from all sides. I glanced at the woman beside me, her eyes wide, reflecting the dread that consumed me. I knew we needed to move, to act before this new horror crushed our fragile hope. Together, I whispered to her, squeezing her hand tighter as the darkness pulsed and surged. "We can't let it overwhelm us. We have to find a way." But the creature laughed, a low, rumbling sound that vibrated through the ground. "Together? It matters not. You're still trapped in my domain. You think you can escape the fate that awaits you. Before I could respond, the ground heaved like a living thing, a violent tremor that pushed us off balance. I stumbled, adrenaline coursing through my veins, fighting against the instinct to flee. The swirling shadows around us twisted into shapes that danced mockingly, taunting us with their grotesque forms. "What do you want? Why are you doing this?" I shouted, trying to keep my voice steady, even as panic clawed at my throat. "Want?" the creature echoed, amusement curling its voice. "What I want is your despair. Your fear is a feast, and you have wandered right into my banquet." Suddenly, a wave of shadows surged toward us, like a tempest rising from the depths of the earth. I gasped, feeling the cold fingers wrap around my wrists, pulling me toward the darkness. My heart raced, and I dug my heels into the ground, fighting against the relentless force that sought to drag me down. "No!" I screamed, feeling the panic tightening in my chest. "I won't let you take us." With every ounce of strength I could muster, I called upon the flickering light within, envisioning it expanding, growing, bursting forth like a flame igniting in the night. I thrust my hands forward, willing the light to break free and illuminate the surrounding darkness. The shadows shrieked, recoiling violently as the warmth spread through the air. For a brief moment, I felt the cold grip fade, and I caught sight of the creature flinching back, its grotesque features twisting in rage and surprise. "Foolish child," it yelled, rage saturating every word. "You think a mere flicker can withstand the abyss?" In that moment of power, I felt a strange connection within the shadows, an understanding of their pain and sorrow. It terrified me, but I didn't want to give in to it. Before I could think, I shouted, "We can help you. We can all find peace if you let us." The creature's laughter crashed over me like a wave, sharp and biting. "Peace? There is none here. Only suffering and sorrow, and you will join the banquet just like the others." Then, from the depths of the darkness surrounding us, I saw movement. Figures twisted and forlorn, faces that looked lost and haunted. It was then I understood. This was not just a monster. This was a prison, a place of torment where souls were ensnared in endless despair, forever seeking something they could never grasp. The shadows surrounding me leaped forward again, claws poised to seize me, and I barely had time to react. I pushed the light out once more fiercely this time, flooding the area with brilliant radiance that pushed the darkness back. In the brilliance, I could see the tortured faces more clearly, each one a remnant of a life lost, each one screaming silently for deliverance. I felt an overwhelming urge to reach out to them, to pull them from this abyss. "You can be free," I called, my voice cracking. "We can break the chains that bind you." But as I spoke, the shadows lurked closer, spiraling around me and the woman. "You are a fool," the creature spat, a torrent of darkness swirling furiously around it. "They are mine, and you will join them." Before I could respond, a powerful riptide of shadows lunged forward like a living serpent, wrapping around my legs and tugging me down. I screamed as the cold engulfed me, dragging me toward the heart of the darkness, where the faces writhed in despair, reaching for me with hollow eyes and trembling hands. "No!" I screamed again, fighting against the pull, desperate to escape the gathering shadows. I could feel them clawing at my psyche, whispering lies that threatened to unravel my sanity. "You belong here. You can't leave." I fought back hard, clenching my fists, focusing on that light inside me, the warmth that blossomed with all my hope. The moment was now or never. With every ounce of determination, I forced that light out again, envisioning it igniting into a blazing inferno. "We will not succumb," I roared, the sound echoing through the darkness. The shadows screeched, flailing and twisting, but I felt the power of the glow encompassing me, pushing back against the darkness that sought to consume me, illuminating the tormented souls all around us. The light expanded, creating a barrier, the brilliance radiating hope and defiance against the encroaching shadows. Together, we can be free, I shouted, looking at the lost souls. Their expressions flickered from despair to a spark of longing, a glimpse of hope igniting some semblance of recognition in their eyes. I felt connection flow through me, a pulsing energy that resonated with the fear and the pain that haunted them. I reached out, my hands extended, as if I could grasp that flicker of hope and drag it back to safety. Some of the figures hesitated, then began to move closer, drawn by the light. But the creature roared in fury. "You will not take them from me." It surged forward, shadows reaching out to snatch me away. They clawed at my arms, wrapping around me like a vice. The light surged brighter as I held onto my resolve, feeling the warmth embrace me. "No, we can break the cycle. We can find peace together." Something shifted in the air, a crack, a break in the shadowy walls. And for a moment, I saw another path, a pathway illuminated by the brightness of fading sorrow, an option of escape. Just then, the earth shook beneath me, branches cracking and snapping as the shadows writhed violently. I glanced back to the creature, its rage palpable as darkness clawed at everything and everyone, writhing as it encircled us. I could see fear in its glowing eyes as my light penetrated deeper. Then, in a final desperate push, I stretched my arms out wide, summoning the longing for freedom from all those trapped souls. "Join me," I bellowed, voice echoing through the oppressive darkness. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the creature as it began to falter, shadows enveloping it and twisting in confusion. With a surge of energy, luminous threads of light exploded forth from me, entangling the night, reaching toward the lost souls. As if caught in a violent storm, the shadows faltered, and for one fleeting moment, a crack of blue light pierced through the abyss around us. Then, the darkness unleashed a piercing wail, echoing into the void before pulling back as if struck by the force of my light. "Now, we have to go," I shouted to the woman, making a dash toward that beam of hope. As I sprinted forward, the pull of darkness faded, the vicious tendrils unraveling as if the shadows themselves could no longer withstand the power of that radiant light. Side by side, we rushed toward the glimmering path, racing against the tide of encroaching despair. I could feel the warmth of the lost souls begin to converge around us, their energy flowing with renewed purpose, as if they too were pushing back against the void that sought to consume them. But as we neared the light, the shadows twisted back, clawing at my heels, desperate to reclaim what they had lost. "Faster," the woman cried, her voice mixed with fear and determination, giving me the strength I needed to pick up speed. I felt the oppressive weight of darkness try to lash out, but the light swelled within me, pushing against it, whispering promises of freedom and safety. I rounded the last corner, the blue light pouring over everything, brilliantly vibrant and unlike anything I had ever seen. But the shadows were closing in, unleashed and wrathful. I could feel the terror building, the creature's growl vibrating in the ground, promising vengeance. As I sprinted forward, everything around blurred, the foundation of shadow crumbling, a whirlwind of darkness and light colliding. The woman grabbed my hand tightly, and together, we flew towards the luminous path ahead. In that moment, the shadows gave one final push, stretching out towards us, clawing through the light. A deafening roar erupted as we reached the sanctuary, and I knew, deep within me, that this was just the beginning of our fight. As I burst through that radiant barrier, a wave of relief washed over me, but it was quickly overshadowed by a creeping sense of dread. I glanced back, half expecting to see the darkness surge in after us. Instead, it was all just swirling shadows, churning and crashing against the luminous wall we had broken through. The chilling roar of the creature echoed in my ears, a promise of relentless pursuit that sent shivers down my spine. I could feel it gathering power behind us, simmering with rage, as if the very fabric of the world was pulling tight around our escape. I grabbed the woman's hand tightly, heart racing as we raced deeper into the shining expanse. Every step seemed to get heavier, as if the ground itself was fighting against us, resisting our desire to escape. "Where do we go now?" I gasped, feeling the warmth of the light flicker around us, wavering like a flickering candle in the wind. I don't know. Just keep moving," she urged, glancing nervously at the shadows still threatening to seep through. As we sprinted onward, the atmosphere shifted again. The brightness, once so inviting, began to pulse like a heartbeat, and a subtle chill crept into the air. My heart hammered in my chest. I was acutely aware of those dark tendrils reaching closer, whispering promises of despair and fear, attempting to seduce me back into their cold embrace. Suddenly, the ground beneath me morphed, shifting from solid earth to something slick and wet. I stepped cautiously, my senses screaming at me to be careful. The light started to dim, and I squinted ahead, trying to comprehend what lay in our path. "Is it just me, or does it feel like we're in some kind of maze?" I asked, glancing around uneasily. The woman nodded, her eyes wide. "What if we're going in circles? What if we never find our way out?" I could see her fear mirrored in the shadows lapping at our heels. The whispers grew closer, a chorus of mournful voices echoing around us. "Help us," they pleaded, filled with desperate longing. "Stay with us. You can't leave." A wave of nausea washed over me, the temptation to turn back clawing at my thoughts. "We have to keep our focus," I exclaimed, grinding my teeth against the rising panic. "Remember why we're fighting. Remember the light." But just as I said that, the air thickened, and suddenly the ground split open at the edges, revealing a swirling abyss that yawned like a hungry mouth. I stumbled back, feeling the pull of that dark void beckoning, its breath cold against my skin. "No, don't look, just run," I shouted, pulling the woman with me as we darted down a narrow path that continued to shift and swirl. The lights sputtered again, dimming momentarily, and I could feel my heart drop as shadows danced more fiercely around us. "Look," she pointed ahead. "There's something." I squinted, trying to see through the dimming light. Ahead, a gnarled tree loomed, its branches twisted like skeletal fingers reaching toward the sky. The trunk was split wide open, revealing an ominous darkness within. "Should we check it?" I whispered, doubt gnawing at me. I felt a strange urge to hide inside it, to find refuge from the shadows that lurked and threatened at every turn. But another part of me screamed that it was a trap. Before I could make a decision, though, the atmosphere shifted again. A bone-chilling wail swept through the air, a sound filled with anguish that seemed to linger and pulse. "Go, just go," I urged, darting toward the tree as its hollow darkness loomed larger. We needed to find shelter, a way to regroup and gather strength. As we rushed toward the tree, I felt the shadows lash out again, wrapping around my legs, pulling me back just enough to feel the cold. Wrapping around my body, panic surged through me. "No, I won't give in." With a furious determination, I threw my weight forward, dragging the woman with me. And in that moment of desperate resistance, I felt a surge of energy, our shared light strengthening, merging with the frantic hope that flared within me. We reached the tree, and, without hesitation, I plunged my hand into the dark opening of the trunk. A cold rush flooded over me, an unsettling feeling that sent shivers racing down my spine. Inside, the air was thick and putrid, the stench of decay and despair clawing at my throat. Shadows flickered wildly about, making it impossible to discern the shape of what lay ahead. It felt alive, pulsing with an ominous energy that sent fear rippling through me. "Is this safe?" the woman asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I started, but before I could finish, the ground shook violently, and the tree trembled as if sensing something far worse than ourselves approaching. "Get in," I shouted, dragging her further into the opening. Darkness swallowed us whole, wrapping around us like a suffocating blanket. I could hear the echoes of our breaths in the silence, each one amplified and sharp. Just then, I sensed movement behind us, a cool breath against the back of my neck, sending a chill racing through my spine. I turned sharply, heart pounding, and in the dimness, I caught a glimpse of something watching us, a figure coalescing from the shadows, specters of the past entwined together in torment. "Flee while you can," it hissed, voice ethereal and piercing, riddled with pain. "You are not safe here." I clutched the woman's hand tighter, afraid to move, afraid to respond to the terror that threatened to explode within me. "What do you mean? What is this place?" "No sanctuary exists among the shadows. You must leave," it urged, face twisted in despair, eyes hollow as if all light had been sucked from them. "Their master is near." The ground shook again, more violently this time, as if the very roots of the tree were screaming in agony. The sound of cracking wood reverberated through the air, and I felt the shadows coiling tighter, reaching toward us with a chaotic frenzy. "We have to find a way out," I yelled, a surge of panic igniting my very being. "Now!" We sprinted deeper into the tree, the darkness pressing in with every step, threatening to swallow us whole. Each heartbeat echoed in my ears, drowned out only by the terrible whispers that clawed at my consciousness. Join us in the dark. You cannot escape." Suddenly, I stumbled upon a narrow passage nestled within the roots, its edges lined with twisted vines. Without thinking, I plunged through, pulling the woman behind me, just as the first tendrils of shadows lashed toward us. The passage was slick and cold, pressing against my skin as we crawled, desperation clawing at my throat. I could feel the darkness closing in, hot breath on the back of my neck, urging me to turn back. Then, just as the shadows began to close in around us, the passage opened into a small chamber. I tumbled through the opening, scrambling to my feet, gasping for air, the remnants of panic fading away as I recognized what lay before us. A shimmering pool glowed at the center, its surface undulating like a gentle sigh in the dark. For a moment, I thought it was a mirage, a trick of the light. But as I stepped closer, feeling the warmth radiating from it, I could sense the subtle currents of hope pulsing beneath. "This must be a way out," I murmured, glancing back at the woman, eyes wide with disbelief and fear mingling within them. But as I took another step, the water began to ripple violently, thick shadows spilling like ink into the pool, swirling and churning to create dark shapes, monstrous faces grimacing in anger. The shadows swirled faster, reaching toward me, as if trying to pull my very soul into the abyss. I stumbled back, heart racing, but I couldn't look away. The disembodied faces twisted and writhed as if pleading for something, trapped in the darkness that had ensnared them long ago. "No!" I yelled, clenching my fists, feeling the surge of light and hope build within me once more. "You will not claim us." I thrust my hands into the air, summoning every ounce of strength left. "We will not be your prisoners," I shouted, and at that moment, the light exploded from me, radiating out into the darkness, cascading like a waterfall. The shadows recoiled, faces twisting in agony as the light pierced through the tendrils, illuminating the chamber. I could feel the room shift as if responding to my plea, the air thickening and swirling with energy. In a final burst of defiance, I took a step forward, planting my feet firmly on the ground, my hands splayed wide open. "You can be free. We all can. Rise with us," I declared, the words flowing through me like a torrent. The chamber shuddered in response as the dark pool trembled, shadows swirling violently, but faltering against that radiant force. I could see the hopes of the lost souls rising, stirring as though awakening from a long slumber. Suddenly, the creature's furious roar echoed through the chamber, mingling with the anguished cries of the shadows, drowning everything in a raging storm of darkness and light. I knew without a doubt that the battle was far from over, and with every whisper from the abyss, I steeled myself for the fight ahead. "Stick with me," I said to the woman, determination flooding my voice. And so, in that moment of fierce resolve, I readied myself, knowing we were standing at the precipice of a storm and the true test of our strength lay just beyond the shimmering veil of shadows. As that dark roar filled the chamber, I could feel the shadows pressing in closer. I wasn't just fighting for my freedom anymore. I was battling the very essence of fear itself. The walls trembled, and I clenched my hands tighter, feeling the warmth of the light surging through me pulse like a heartbeat. I turned to the woman. "We have to harness this," I shouted, every ounce of my determination pouring into my voice. I felt a flicker of hope ignite in her eyes, but doubt still lingered there. I knew we were teetering on the edge of something much larger than ourselves, something dark and ancient that fed on despair. The pool continued to ripple ominously, shadows rising from its depths like smoke, faces forming momentarily before shifting into monstrous shapes that flickered and vanished. Each visage carried a story, a pain that clawed at my heart as their silent screams echoed in my mind. I stepped closer to the pool, heart racing faster. "We can free them," I yelled, willing the words to reach the souls trapped within that watery prison. The warmth of my light expanded, embracing the darkness in front of me, pushing against it like a tide. Suddenly, the shadows lunged wildly, snapping at me with claw-like tendrils that sliced through the air with an unsettling hiss. They sought to pull me back into the depths of the abyss. Their cold grasp whispered horrible secrets of despair. I jumped back just in time, and with a fierce cry, I thrust my hands forward again. "You are not strong enough," I bellowed, my voice reverberating in the chamber as the brilliant light pulsed from my core. The dark shapes writhed violently, their forms twisting and churning as if torn between two forces, one of light and one of shadow. I could see the anguish etched into their faces, trapped in an endless loop of sorrow. "And no, we can't lose," the woman shouted beside me, her voice sharp with terror. I felt her desperation mix with my own, and together we lifted our hands, harnessing the energy that surged within us. The shadows howled again, a cacophony of grief echoing in all directions as they lunged closer, eager to lay claim to our souls. But in that moment, I felt a fierce resolve blossom inside of me. "No more!" I shouted, conviction charging my voice. A crack of thunder boomed through the chamber, shaking the ground beneath us as the pool shimmered in response. The shadows froze momentarily, caught off guard by the light, and I seized my chance. "Rise, lost souls," I called. "Find the path to freedom." In that instant, something shifted. The shadows hesitated, swirling as if considering my words. I felt a connection to those faces, an understanding that echoed in the depths of my being. I wasn't just trying to save myself or the woman beside me. I was trying to heal the wounds of every lost soul trapped in that realm. The pool began to glow, illuminating the faces I had seen. They thrummed with a new vigor, eyes gleaming with recognition as they turned toward the light. Hope flared in the air, a fragile thread connecting everyone in that moment. Then the shadows breathed in sharply, and the room shifted with brutal force, walls warping as if they were alive. The air thickened with tension, vibrating with the cries of those trapped, as the ground itself began to crack, fissures appearing underfoot. "We need to keep this going," I urged. "Hold on." But the shadows surged in a torrent, an angry wave of darkness trying to reclaim what was fighting to escape. I felt the weight of despair pressing down on me, the very essence of the forgotten souls clawing at my senses. Just then, I noticed a glimmer in the center of the pool, a small light breaking through the shadows, a beacon of hope calling out to us. Without hesitating, I lunged toward it, determination fueling my every movement. "You can do this," I encouraged the woman as we plunged together into the radiant light. The shadows screamed, twisting and writhing, desperate to snuff it out. I could feel their icy breath on my back, but I charged on, urging her onward. The light enveloped us, pushing back the dark tendrils, but it wasn't enough. I could see the faces of the lost souls flickering at the edges of my vision, caught between light and dark, their whispers turning frantic as they reached out, pleading for release. "Stay with me," I shouted, the light pulsing stronger with my fear and my hope. Together we will break the chains. The chamber trembled violently, shadows cracking and spilling like ink across the ground. I felt a surge of energy, as if the walls themselves were responding to our resolve, pushing back against the encroaching dark. But as I concentrated on that light, I could hear the creature pouring its hatred into the air, its roar deafening and furious. "You think you can break what is already broken," it bellowed, its voice crawling into my mind like icy fingers. "You will merely be another whisper among the lost." I gritted my teeth and raised my voice. "No, I refuse to join you." At that moment, my heart raced as the shadows surged again with a vengeance, coiling around my ankles and dragging at my feet, trying to pull me back to the abyss. Panic clawed at me, threatening to pull me under as despair washed over my heart. But in that chaos, the pool's light intensified, fueling my determination. "You cannot have me. I am more than this fear," I roared, breaking free from the shadow's grip, my soul igniting with defiance. I could see the faces of the trapped souls shimmering in the light, their expressions shifting as hope sparked within them. "Fight with me," I cried, inviting them to join in my rebellion. The shadows recoiled slightly, as if they had felt the swell of power rising in the room. I took a step forward, feeling the ground solidify beneath me as I concentrated on that connection. "Release your pain," I shouted, more to the shadows than to the souls. "You don't need to remain prisoners of fear." The dark mass writhed angrily, but I could see cracks forming, fissures in their terrible facade. The faces within those shadows flickered brighter now, a tide of hope swelling alongside my rallying cry. With one fierce push, I surged forward, the light breaking through in a brilliant explosion of warmth and radiance. "Now!" I shouted, feeling the entire chamber tremble violently around us. In a shattered breath, the shadows twisted and howled, their forms flaring and snapping as they hurled themselves away from the light. I could see the truth now. The darkness was just a shroud, an illusion fueled by fear and despair. And it knew it was losing. As the weight of the shadows lifted, the figures of the lost souls began to rise, their faces clearer now, illuminated by the light and filled with a fierce yearning for freedom. I reached out again, my voice pouring with urgency. "Come with us. It's time to break free." The agony echoed, but within it lay hope, a shimmering, glimmering hope as the tendrils of light enveloped them. They started to dissolve the darkness, shedding the chains that had bound them for so long. But the creature wouldn't let us go easily. I could hear it gathering strength, fury building within its depths, a swirling chaos ready to leap. "You think you deserve freedom after everything? You're merely a flicker compared to my darkness." It lunged, shadows flying at us, desperate and furious. I braced myself, feeling the pressure of darkness clawing at my very essence. "Together," I shouted to the woman, holding her hand tightly. "We cannot fail now." Our resolve ignited as the shadows closed in, and I could feel the warmth swell and pulse between us. The light surged forward, cutting through the suffocating darkness. "This is our moment." With a final explosion, the light shattered through the chamber, pushing the shadows back as the anguished wails of the lost souls filled the air. It was a cacophony of hope and fear, despair and determination, all electrifying the atmosphere. As the dark began to unravel, the creature let out a piercing scream that echoed deep in my bones. "You will regret this." And with that threat still ringing in the air, I focused on the brilliant light surrounding us and forged ahead, ready to confront whatever horrors awaited in the depths of this cursed place. As I braced for what lay ahead, I could feel the air thicken with malevolence, an almost tangible force pressing against my skin. The shadows writhed and howled, twisting into monstrous forms, each more grotesque than the last. I pulled the woman closer, determined to shield her from the terror that was slowly encroaching on us. The walls around us pulsated, the dark stones slick with moisture that glistened like sweat. I could hear the faint whispers of the lost souls merging with the echoes of my heartbeat. Join us. Stay with us. A chorus of despair that threatened to pull me under. Just ahead, the ground cracked, and I could see a dark fissure gaping open as if the abyss was hungry for anything within its reach. Out of that darkness, a low growl emerged, rumbling like thunder through the chamber. Tremors shook the floor beneath our feet, and I fought to remain upright, feeling my stomach churn with fear. "Don't look down," I murmured to the woman beside me, trying to maintain my composure. But as I spoke, I caught a glimpse of what lay below. Straining to focus, I saw twisted visages pressing against the edges of the crack, mouths open in silent screams, hands reaching up as if to grasp at my ankles. A strange scent filled the air, something rotten and ancient, reminiscent of damp earth and decay. It clawed at my throat, choking any remaining sense of courage. Each shadow seemed to pulse in time with my fear, feeding off the panic swirling around us, eager to engulf us completely. "Look!" the woman cried out suddenly, pointing toward a shadowy figure emerging from the darkness. It was cloaked in swirling mist, its form shifting like a mirage, making it hard to discern what was real. But the eyes, they pierced the murkiness like burning coals, hollow and full of torment. "Do not fear," it hissed, voice like 1,000 whispers, entwined with promises of safety. "Join us in the shadows, and the pain will fade. You can be free." I shook my head, knowing deep down that there was no freedom in surrender. "We aren't afraid," I shouted defiantly, but my voice trembled despite my efforts. I grasped the woman's hand tighter, feeling her trembling beneath my grip. Another growl rolled through the chamber, louder now, reverberating as if the darkness itself was angry. The air crackled with malevolent energy, a storm brewing in the depths. "Leave us!" I yelled, searching for a spark of hope as the shadows swirled more violently, closing in tighter around us. With every breath, the darkness thickened, suffocating and claustrophobic. I felt its weight pressing down, the shadows trying to bear down my resolve. "We can't give in," I insisted, urging the woman forward as we backed away from the advancing dark. Suddenly, the walls began to shift, the irregular stones morphing into faces, mouths wide and twisted in silent screams, hands reaching out as if the very structure of the cave were alive and aware of our presence. The sight was enough to drive me to the edge of terror. "This can't be happening," I breathed, trembling as I averted my eyes. "Keep moving," she urged, her voice a trembling whisper. I nodded, trying to draw strength from her, pushing forward despite the frantic whispers surrounding us. As I took each step, I could feel the shadows lashing out, trying to grab hold of me, testing my resolve. I ducked and dodged, heart racing as I felt icy fingers brush against my skin. "You can't escape," they taunted, despair dripping from their ghostly voices. The light around us flickered, sputtering in and out like a dying star, and fear took root in my chest. What if we couldn't escape? What if the power of darkness was too great? Suddenly, a horrific scream erupted from the fissure as the shadows coalesced into a horrific figure, a monstrous apparition that seemed to be the embodiment of every fear I had ever felt. Its face was a nightmare, twisted and warped, eyes like black pits revealing nothing but emptiness. "This is your end," it growled, voice echoing with menace, resonating deep within my bones. I wanted to cower. I wanted to succumb to the oppressive weight of despair. But as I looked at the woman by my side, I remembered our purpose. We were not here to give in, but to fight back. "Stand strong," I shouted, raising my hands as if to ward off the looming terror. The light flickered again, but I could feel it surging within me, fueled by our collective resolve. "Together," she echoed, stepping beside me, her expression fierce despite the trembling in her voice. The creature snarled, shadows swirling around it like a storm. I could feel the heat radiating off the evil surrounding us, the darkness vibrating with fury at our defiance. I concentrated on the pool of light within me, channeling every ounce of strength I had left. "You are nothing but a shadow," I bellowed, my voice echoing through the chamber. "We will cast you out." And with that declaration, I pushed the light outward, illuminating the darkness that sought to consume us. The creature screeched, recoiling from the force of our combined strength. The shadows snapped and hissed, thrashing around uncontrollably, as if they were losing form. I could see the lost souls behind the monster, their faces shifting between despair and hope, yearning for release. "Come to us," I cried, gesturing toward the light that bathed the chamber in warmth. "Follow the light." For a brief moment, the shadows hesitated, swirling as if confused. In that instant, I felt a flicker of connection with the souls trapped in the darkness, their pain intertwining with my own. But the creature roared again, a threat that shook the very foundation of our reality. "You think you can break me? You are just another whisper in the dark." "No!" I screamed, refusing to back down, suddenly understanding that the true battle was not just against it, but against the despair that had bound those souls for so long. I felt the strength of their pain, and it surged through me, igniting my determination. "Fight!" I shouted to the woman. "Release them. Help me break the chains binding them." Fortified by her presence, I began to channel that energy. I concentrated, feeling every ounce of fear and sorrow channel into a single powerful wave of light. It ripped through the shadows, illuminating the chamber in a brilliant explosion. With every pulse of light, I saw the forms of the lost souls solidifying behind me. They stepped forward, eyes brightening with hope as they reached out toward us, drawn by the light. "Together!" I cried again, as the shimmering waves surged through the darkness, unraveling the creature's power bit by bit. The shadows let out shrieks of rage as they were consumed by the brilliance. But just as victory felt within reach, the creature lunged forward in a final act of desperation. It lashed out, shadows whipping like tentacles, aiming to grasp us and seal our fates in an eternal cycle of despair. I could sense the urgency now, the culmination of everything we had fought for gathering in that single, terrifying moment. "Push through!" I yelled, feeling the energy swell as I held firm against the oncoming darkness. And as the shadows closed in, I realized this was our moment. I would not let fear win. I would not allow them to take us. "Now!" I roared, unleashing the light with all my strength, fully embracing the connection of those unsung souls. As the brilliance erupted forth, the darkness shattered, a cacophony of sound ringing through the air as the two forces collided violently. The world around us erupted in chaos, darkness battling light, wills clashing in a profound struggle. In that storm of energy, the souls behind us surged forward, their collective voice joining ours. "We will be free," they cried as the darkness flailed, receding under the relentless tide of hope and love. And just when I thought the shadows might close in forever, I caught the briefest glimpse of freedom beyond the turmoil, a small beacon shining in the distance, promising escape and solace. In that moment, everything transformed. The shadows erupted, a final howl of anger clashing against the light. I felt the warmth of the souls around me, rising like waves, washing away the remnants of despair. Together, we charged toward the light, grasping for the promise of freedom while the darkness writhed and flailed behind us, a distant memory filled with anguish and fury. At last, I stepped forward, my heart racing and my breath quickened. I was ready to embrace whatever came next. As I leapt toward the light, everything around me exploded into a chaos of color and sound. The shadows behind me shrieked, their wails piercing through the warmth that enveloped me. I felt the press of unseen forces clawing at my back, desperate to drag me back into the abyss. The brilliance ahead beckoned like a siren song, promising safety and freedom from the torment we had faced. But as I surged forward, I was met with a strange resistance, as if the very air was fighting against my escape. Something cold brushed past me, a whisper of shadow that snaked around my legs, pulling me dangerously close to the precipice of despair. "Keep going," I shouted to the woman beside me, her expression fierce as we raced toward the flickering light. But out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of the monstrous creature reforming behind us, a dark mass swirling and coalescing like a storm preparing to unleash its fury. It was growing more tangible, eyes glowing with a sinister hunger. "We can't stop." My heart raced, pounding wildly as I broke into a sprint. The world blurred around me, and the shadows lashed out like snakes, seeking to ensnare us in their grasp. I could feel them curling around my ankles, the cold tightening like a noose, pulling me back to the depths. With each step, I forced myself to focus on the light, pushing through the fear that threatened to overwhelm me. But just as I thought I was breaking free, an icy chill swept through the chamber. The air thickened, suffocating my breath as something ancient and malevolent loomed close by. It was as if the very walls were closing in, drawn to the tension that had gathered in the space between us. "Run!" I gasped, glancing back as I saw the creature's jaws unhinging, ready to unleash a terrible sound that would shatter my very soul. My body reacted before my mind could catch up. I turned and ran, the distant light sparkling like a beacon, guiding me from the rising tide of darkness. Just then, a deafening roar erupted behind us, shaking the ground beneath my feet. I stumbled, nearly losing my balance as something clawed at my back, sharp and relentless. The woman shouted my name, her voice laced with fear, urging me to keep moving. We dashed deeper into the radiant glow, each step heavy with the weight of despair. But the light flickered, dimming in the presence of the creature's wrath. I could feel the shadows sucking the warmth away, greedily feasting on our hope. I realized that this escape wasn't merely a race. It was a battle for our souls. I refused to let fear win. "Don't look back!" I yelled, trying to rally my scattered thoughts. My chest felt heavy with dread, yet I pushed forward, the glimmer of light urging me to take one more step. The darkness lashed out, shadows stretching like tendrils, aiming to ensnare us both. Then came a deep, rumbling voice, echoing off the walls like thunder. "You cannot leave," it taunted, the malice dripping from every syllable. "You belong to me now." I felt a chill run down my spine at its words, and I glanced back, unable to resist the terror drawing me into its depths. The creature's face was shifting, a putrid visage contorted in a snarl, revealing rows of jagged teeth stained with the memories of those it had consumed. "No!" I shouted defiantly, locking eyes with the horror as it advanced. In that moment, I was struck by the realization that it fed off our fear, that each expression of terror only strengthened its hold on us. I could almost hear the countless souls crying in protest, their anguish merging with my own in a desperate plea for freedom. "Stay with me," I called to the woman, clinging onto her hand as we ran. "We can do this." Suddenly, the ground cracked beneath us, a jagged split racing across the stone as if the chamber was alive, testing our resolve. I felt the pull of the chasm below, its depths calling to me with whispers of despair, the promise of a dark sanctuary. "No!" I clenched my fists, drawing on that dwindling light and pushing it outward, willing it to grow. It flickered in response, struggling against the encroaching shadows, and I could feel the warmth seep back into the air. But then the shadows ripped forward, bolts of darkness lunging at us like wild animals, snapping and snarling as they sought to swallow us whole. I could feel the chill creeping closer, the breath of despair whispering just above my shoulder. In a desperate act, I shouted into the void, "I will not be chained by fear." With that declaration, light flared around me, radiating with an intensity that pushed back against the shadows. The creature howled in fury, and I felt a surge of power from the souls surrounding us, channeling their hope through me. Together, we fought against the ever-looming darkness, determined to break free from this malevolent grip. "Let's break through!" I yelled again as the light swelled. "We're almost there." The chamber shook with a final surge of defiance, and the walls began to tremble, cracks spreading as if they were themselves fighting to escape the darkness. I kept my gaze fixed on the light, knowing that freedom was within reach. But then, just as the light burst forth in a blinding wave, the creature lashed out with a final, desperate roar. It surged forward, a dark mass intent on snuffing the flickering beacon. I could feel its cold breath on my neck, icy fingers gripping my heart with sheer terror. "Run!" I screamed, churning up every ounce of strength left in my tired limbs. We surged forward together, past the final resistance of the darkness, the light illuminating the way as the shadows chased after us, howling in defeat. The crack behind us widened, revealing a terrifying gaping maw, an endless pit of despair swirling with lost souls, each grasping desperately for release. But we didn't stop. Not now. Not ever. With a final push, we leaped into the light. And as I crossed the threshold, I felt the darkness collapse behind me, a cacophony of screams and rage echoing into the void. I emerged into a world bathed in golden warmth, the shadows dissipating like morning fog, leaving only echoes of their cries haunting the edges of my mind. I gasped, the fresh air rushing into my lungs, a sweet relief that filled the void where fear had been. And for a moment, I thought we were free. But as I glanced around, the reality dawned on me. The world around us was not as it seemed. The light illuminated a twisted landscape, flowers with blackened petals and trees that seemed to writhe as if they were alive, each one whispering secrets as the wind rustled through their branches. "Where are we?" the woman murmured, her voice shaking with uncertainty. "I don't know," I admitted, my pulse racing as a feeling of dread seeped slowly back into my bones. The shadows may have been left behind, but I sensed that darkness had only transformed, taking on a new, more insidious form. As I peered into the depths of the forest, something moved in the shadows, an unease unfurling in my gut. A figure emerged partially hidden among the trees, a silhouette standing still, features obscured by the thick gloom. The light shimmered across its form like a veil, illuminating what appeared to be a child. "Help me," it said softly, voice like broken glass, echoing eerily in the still air. Panic spiked in my chest, and I instinctively stepped back. "Wait!" I called out, knowing better than to trust so easily. "What happened to you?" But as I took a cautious step forward, the figure grew more defined, revealing hollow eyes that seemed to swallow the very light surrounding it. "I can take you to safety," it implored, each word dripping with a deceptive innocence. "It's a trap," I shouted, stepping back as dread filled the pit of my stomach. I could feel the oppressive weight of something lurking just beneath the surface, an unseen danger that promised nothing but despair. The child tilted its head slightly, and behind it, creeping shadows began to emerge, forming shapes. All around us, their intentions clear. Panic erupted within me. "We need to go." But before I could turn, the shadows surged forward, their forms lunging at us like ravenous wolves. I grabbed the woman's hand, adrenaline surging through me as we bolted deeper into the forest, leaving the creature behind. It laughed, a chilling sound that echoed unnaturally as we fled, vibrating through the boughs of the twisted trees, each sound a reminder of the horrors we had narrowly escaped. "Where do we go?" she gasped, desperation lacing her every word as we ran, the shadows in pursuit. "I don't know," I admitted, fear clawing at my throat as I tried to maneuver through the twisting pathways of the eerie landscape. I could feel shadows dancing at the edges of my vision, lurking and watching, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, I saw a flickering glow ahead through the branches. "This way," I shouted, steering us in the direction of the light, my heart pounding wildly in my chest as we sprinted toward hope. But as we reached the clearing, it quickly transformed into a heart-stopping sight. A large fountain stood at the center, water cascading down in a dance of light. But instead of a serene atmosphere, an unsettling aura radiated from the fountain, enveloping us like a shroud of dread. The water was dark, mirror-like, reflecting not our faces, but the twisted visions of the souls trapped within, their anguished expressions frozen in time, begging silently for release. Somehow, I knew this place was different, promises whispered to ensnare us once more. "What do we do?" she whispered, fear creeping back in her voice, glancing around with wide eyes. "We can't drink from it," I replied, sensing the danger pulsating from the fountain. "We need to find another way." But as I turned to retreat, I felt a chill enveloping my heart. Asterisk, asterisk. Something was already watching us. Behind the fountain, shadows twisted and warped, forming a figure cloaked in darkness. "You thought you could escape so easily," it spoke, voice a chilling harmony of whispers, reverberating off the nearby trees. "You are still trapped in my domain?" I felt a wave of despair wash over me, the shadows coiling tighter around us, flickering like firelight, but fueled by a ridiculous darkness. A pulse of fear coursed through my veins as visceral memories of that haunting place came flooding back, and I took a step toward the fountain, drawn inexplicably to the dark water that shimmered ominously. "Don't!" the woman shouted, tugging at my arm. But my mind spun with visions of the faces within, silently screaming for help, beckoning me closer, desperate to escape their fate. "Come closer. See for yourself," the figure promised, its form shifting ominously. "You can join them. Be free of the pain that binds you. Just submit." I felt the pull of the fountain growing stronger, the shadows wrapping around my thoughts, filling them with dark promises. I closed my eyes, trying to regain control, desperate to break free from the intoxicating lure that threatened to claim me. "Fight it!" I yelled, forcing the words out, grounding myself in the present as my heart raced with panic. But as I looked again at the fountain, the faces within blurred together, their eyes locking onto mine, wide and pleading. I could feel their sorrow scratching at my consciousness, pulling me into their torment with an unnatural allure. I shuddered, caught between the grip of reality and the world spiraling into darkness, the very edges of my sanity fraying as I desperately tried to remember why we were there. "Let's leave!" I cried, desperate to pull my companion back towards the tree line before we became ensnared in the depths of despair. But it was too late. Shadows erupted around us, a tempest of fear rising from the fountain, drawing everything into its embrace. I made one last attempt to break free, pushing with all my might as the shadows licked at our heels with unrelenting malice. In that instant, I felt helpless, trapped within my own mind as the darkness swirled, threatening to swallow me whole. I fought back tears, refusing to succumb to a fate like those trapped in the fountain. Just when I thought despair might consume us, the light flickered in my chest once more, igniting a small flame of hope. "Together!" I shouted, willing it to the woman beside me. We pressed against the tide of shadows as they roared, the cacophony shaking the very ground beneath us. Together we echoed again, voices touching the edges of our fear and forming a shield between us and the encroaching darkness, shimmering with the power of our united strength. The word echoed in my mind, a battle cry that cut through the suffocating fear surrounding us. I could feel the warmth of hope pulsing between us like a heartbeat, each breath getting stronger as I focused on the light that fought to break through the shadows. We were two flickers in the dark, but together we could become a blazing flame. As I steadied my resolve, I pulled the woman closer, her eyes shimmering with a mix of fear and determination. I could see the shadows swirling around us, wild and restless, as if sensing the growing strength of our unity. They wavered like smoke, inching closer as if mocking our resolve. "Hold tight," I urged her, tightening my grip. We took a step forward, pushing against the oppressive darkness, and for a fleeting moment, I believed we might break through. But then came an icy gust of wind, freezing my very soul. The air shifted, carrying with it a whisper, a twisted melody that slithered into my ears, laced with a dark enchantment. "You can't escape," it sang, each note dripping with venom. "You are mine, just like the others." Heart racing, I fought against the creeping feeling of despair, threatening to wrap around me like a suffocating blanket. I glanced toward the fountain, and the faces trapped within twisted, mouths open in silent screams. Their despair clawed at my mind, urging me to join them, to succumb to the void of hopelessness. "No!" I shouted, shaking my head vigorously as if I could dislodge the thoughts that threatened to drown my spirit. "We will not be like them." The woman beside me nodded, her eyes fierce, the flicker of light between us growing brighter with every second. We took another step, pushing against the shadows that lashed out at us with razor-sharp nails, clawing for the warmth of our souls. Then, with a sudden violent surge, a shadow lunged, knocking me off balance. I stumbled forward, feeling the icy tendrils wrap around my ankle like a vice, pulling me down into the darkness. Panic surged in my chest, trapping me in a vice grip that threatened to pull me back into the depths of despair. "Help!" I yelled, terror spilling from my lips as I reached out for the woman. The shadows danced, hungry for my fear, weaving tighter around me like a snake preparing to strike. But she was there, her hand grasping mine even as the darkness tried to drag me down. "I won't let you go," she shouted, the strength in her voice bolstering my fading courage. With her help, I managed to pull free, the shadows hissing in frustration as they released their grasp. Regaining my footing, I could feel my heart thumping like a drum, each beat echoing in the haunting silence. But just as the air seemed to clear, a low growl emanated from the shadows, deep and resonant. "Foolish children," it rasped, each word slithering forth like a snake. "You think you can resist? You think light can stave off the darkness?" The creature slowly emerged from behind the fountain, its form flickering like candle. Smoke, a grotesque parody of a human figure. It had hollow eyes that gleamed with malice, a mouth filled with teeth sharp like knives. I could see its body shifting and writhing, darkness pooling around it like a cloak. The glow from the fountain flickered ominously, illuminating its form, but not enough to chase away the dread pooling in my stomach. "We feed on fear," it continued, voice dripping with cruel amusement. "And you've brought the best feast of all." I glanced at the woman, dread seeping into my bones as I saw the fear mirrored in her eyes. "We have to move," I shouted, adrenaline surging through me as I turned away from the twisted figure. The shadows thickened, reacting to our fear, roaring with delight as they prepared to engulf us. We bolted, pushing through the darkness as the creature's voice taunted us from behind. "Run all you want," it sneered, its laughter echoing through the forest, a sound that sent shivers racing down my spine. "You'll never escape." Not from me. I felt the weight of its promise pressing down like a boulder, every step heavier than the last. The path twisted wildly, trees looming over us like menacing giants, roots snaking out from the ground, eager to trip us up or entrap us in their grasp. Each second felt like an eternity, the shadows thrumming around us, their whispers twisting into a cacophony of voices. I could hear them calling out, each one a tortured soul, begging for release, pulling me closer to despair. Then in the distance a flicker caught my eye. "There!" I exclaimed, pointing toward a weak beam of light cutting through the darkness ahead. "We can make it!" With renewed strength, we surged forward, racing toward the light as the shadows screamed behind us, furious at our defiance. The air was thick with a palpable fear, each breath tasting of ash, and I could feel the darkness closing in rapidly, relentless and hungry. "Don't look back!" I yelled, forcing myself to focus solely on the light ahead. But even as I urged my feet to move faster, I could hear the creature's voice growing louder, more persuasive. "Join us," it beckoned. "It's easier, so much easier to give in. Just let go." "No!" I shouted, clenching my jaw as I fought against the seductive pull of its words. I felt the woman's hand tighten around mine, both of us digging deep into the last reserves of courage we possessed. Then came the first wave of cold, wrapping around us like tendrils of mist, trying to ensnare us in an embrace of chill. My heart hammered, a painful drum in my chest as I reached for the light again, hopeful that this time we could break through. Just as we reached the edge of the clearing, a sudden crack echoed through the air, a splintering sound that made us freeze. Out of the shadows, a massive branch, gnarled and twisted like a claw, shot toward us with relentless force. I screamed, pulling the woman back just in time as it sliced through the air, rattling the very ground beneath us. With our hearts racing, we dashed forward, adrenaline lending strength to our legs. The branch recoiled, retreating back into the darkness, but the shadows roared, furious at our escape. We surged through the last line of trees and leaped into the clearing bathed in the flickering light. Yet a sinister hush fell over us. The beauty of the place was overshadowed by the creeping feeling of dread, an unsettling silence settling in like a weight on my chest. "What now?" the woman whispered, glancing around at the unnatural glow. The ground was covered with a soft, velvety moss, and luminescent flowers pulsed in shades of red and violet, giving the false allure of safety. I could feel something was off. The beauty felt tainted, as if it were all a facade. "Stay close," I said quietly, scanning the perimeter. The fountain loomed behind us, the water still dark and inviting, the faces within now eerily still. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Then, from the edge of the clearing, I saw movement. Shadows slinked forward, coiling around the vibrant plants, blending into the landscape like ink in water. A figure emerged slowly, features cloaked in obscurity, and my heartbeat quickened as I strained to make out its form. "Do you wish to enter?" it asked, voice smooth like soft silk, but with an undercurrent of menace that sent chills down my spine. "Enter what?" I replied cautiously, trying to steady my racing heart. My instinct screamed that this figure meant trouble, but curiosity burned bright within me too. The realm of despair, it cooed, seductive in its promise. A place where you can join the lost souls, where pain is forgotten. It extended an eerie hand, fingers long and tapering, beckoning us closer. I felt a cold sweat break out across my skin. "We don't want that," I shouted, my voice a defiant snap against the gentle call of the creature. The figure tilted its head, a smile curling on its lips, a smile that bore no warmth, filled only with the promise of haunting shadows. "Oh, but you will," it said, voice a whisper of silk that danced through the air. "You're already drawn to us. Just a little longer, and you will join them." "No!" The word burst from my lips, filled with raw desperation as I turned to escape. But before I could move, the shadows lunged again, erupting from the darkness surrounding the clearing, weaving around my legs and ankles, pulling me back toward the figure. They wrapped around me, tugging at my very essence, trying to drag me into their depths, closer to the darkness that awaited me. "Help me!" I cried out. But the woman was already struggling, caught in her own battle against the writhing shadows that coiled around her, seeking to claim us both. In that moment, fear clawed harder than it ever had before, and I felt an overwhelming despair wash over me. The shadows coiled tighter, squeezing out every drop of light, making it hard to breathe. "No, we will not fall," I screamed, channeling all my strength as I locked eyes with the woman, willing her to find the courage that had already burned so bright moments before. With a surge of power, I pulled against the shadows gripping me, picturing the light that had guided us so far. The darkness shrieked in response, and with a ferocious burst of energy, I broke free from its grasp just as the woman managed to do the same. "We can't let it win," I yelled, the desperation rising in my voice. The shadow figure watched in stunned silence as we gathered ourselves, breathing hard, adrenaline rushing through our veins. The darkness around us flickered and lashed out, sensing that its grip was slipping. Together, we took a step back, drawing on whatever light remained in us. I could feel the warmth returning, a strength igniting from the core of my being, the determination we had fought for before surging back stronger than ever. "Fury rises with every heartbeat," I muttered, summoning every ounce of defiance I had left. "We will break free." "Together," the woman echoed, our voices harmonizing with a resolve that pierced through the darkness. A brilliantly blinding light erupted from us, washing over the clearing and pushing back against the fabric of shadows. The force sent a shockwave through the air, blasting apart the despair that sought to consume us. We charged toward the cloaked figure, the darkness recoiling before us, howling and retreating like a frightened animal. I could hear the taunting call of the creature fading, its voice drowned out by the roar of our combined strength as we surged forward, our wills alight with fiery defiance. And just as we reached the fountain, the brilliance enveloped us completely, wrapping us in a cocoon of warmth that felt safe and secure. "Now, jump!" I commanded, knowing we had this one chance to escape the horrors that sought to drag us back into their grasp. We leapt into the fountain, the dark water swallowing us whole, and with a final flash of light, I closed my eyes, ready to embrace whatever lay beyond this nightmare. And when I opened them again, I found myself in a new world, but this one had a disturbing stillness, a silence that felt heavy and wrong. Where had we landed? The air was thick with an unnameable tension as I surveyed our surroundings. I was filled with both relief and dread, heart pounding in my chest as I realized that while we had escaped the horror of the shadows, something deeper lingered below the surface, waiting for its moment to claim us. "Where are we?" my companion whispered, the tremor in her voice matching the growing unease in my chest. I looked around, noting the towering shadows of what appeared to be massive, twisted trees reaching toward a heavy sky, where clouds churned ceaselessly, ominously dark. The ground beneath us felt alive, shifting slightly as if it breathed, and I could see patches of mist curling through the air, whispering secrets that echoed with an unsettling familiarity. "Listen," I said quietly, my heart racing with the realization that we were not alone. In the distance, a low sound emerged, like a dirge, haunting and mournful. It filled the air, wrapping around us like a sinister embrace, luring us deeper into an uncharted territory that pulsed with danger and despair alike. "Do you hear that?" she asked nervously, eyes darting from shadow to shadow. I nodded, fear creeping back into my bones as I realized that the shadows had followed us. "We need to keep moving. This place, it feels wrong." We began to walk cautiously, each step echoing in the silence, the low melody growing louder with every growing ominously with each cautious step. The trees loomed higher, their gnarled branches twisting like skeletal fingers, reaching out for us as if they wanted to grab hold. I could feel my heart pounding louder, matching the haunting rhythm of the mournful sound that surrounded us. It wrapped around me, drawing me in, drowning out all thoughts but the dread that clawed at my insides. "What is that noise?" my companion asked, panic evident in her voice. Her eyes flitted to the shadows, shifting at the edges of our vision. I don't know," I stammered, glancing around at the oppressive darkness encroaching on us. My pulse raced as I realized how vulnerable we were. But we have to keep moving. The shadows are still here. We pressed on, our feet shuffling against the eerie, damp ground that seemed to pulse beneath us. The mist curled tighter around our legs, thick and clammy, as if it had a life of its own, and suddenly, for a brief second, the sound ceased. Then, in the stillness, I heard a soft rustle coming from the trees to our right. My skin prickled with unease, and I felt a chill sweep through the air, carrying whispers that felt like fingers brushing against my skin. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my throat dry as I strained to catch another sound. My heart thudded like a drum, drowning out everything. The woman glanced nervously in the direction of the noise. "We must go," she urged, her voice trembling. "It's not safe here." I nodded, but just as I turned away, the rustling turned to a low growl, deep and guttural. It reverberated through the air like a warning bell. I froze, terror flooding through me as a shape began to emerge from the shadows. It was massive, looming over us like a predator stalking its prey. My breath caught in my throat as I took in the creature's grotesque form. Its body was covered in dark, matted fur glistening with something wet and glimmering. Its eyes glowed like molten gold, reflecting the dim light like two moons in the oppressive darkness. "Run!" I shouted, adrenaline surging again as I yanked the woman's hand, dragging her back in the opposite direction. The creature let out a howl that vibrated in my bones, the sound a cacophony of fury and hunger. We sprinted back into the forest, branches whipping at our faces, but I could feel it gaining ground behind us. The ground trembled with each heavy thud of its steps, and an overwhelming sense of dread spurred us on. The trees became mere blurs around us, shadows flickering at the edges of my vision, and my mind screamed for a way out. "Where do we go?" she cried, voice filled with panic. "There's no end." I could barely think, but I couldn't let the fear consume me. "We just need to find higher ground," I shouted, my chest tightening as I tried to keep the panic at bay. "There has to be a ridge or something." Then, as if to taunt us, the forest seemed to shift, the trees closing in like a maze, branches tangling and twisting together. I could feel the creature's breath hot on my neck, a sickening heat that made me want to vomit. I could hear it panting, feel its presence just behind me, ready to pounce. We stumbled into a small clearing that opened up beneath the twisted canopy. A faint shimmer caught my eye, a glint of metal half buried in the ground. With no time to spare, I rushed forward and dug it out, revealing an old, rusted sword. It looked heavy, but I grasped the hilt tightly, a flicker of hope lighting in my chest. "Grab this," I shouted, tossing the sword to the woman. She caught it awkwardly, her eyes wide with uncertainty. "What are we supposed to do with this?" she asked, glancing nervously back at the approaching darkness. "Fight it," I replied, my voice shaking. "Maybe we can scare it off." Just then, the growling intensified. The creature burst into the clearing, its teeth bared, hungry eyes fixated on us. I could see the lust for blood in its gaze, and my heart plummeted. "Now!" I yelled, swinging the sword with all my might, its rusty blade catching the dim light as I aimed for the beast's twisted form. The sword glided through air, barely grazing its fur as the creature darted to the side. It snarled, fury emanating from its throat as it lunged for me. I ducked just in time, feeling the rush of air and the impact of its massive body crashing down where I had stood. "Help me!" I yelled, scrambling to regain my footing. The sword slipped from my hand and clattered to the ground, leaving me defenseless. I turned to see my companion poised for attack, the sword raised, but her hands were trembling too much to steady it. The beast eyed her, calculating, and I could see that it would rather have her. "Don't let it take you," I shouted over the thundering heartbeats in my ears. "Stay strong." Suddenly, the air shifted, dark mist swirling around the creature, giving it an almost ethereal presence. It paused, as if contemplating its next move, and in that moment, I felt the oppressive grip of despair tightening around my throat again. The ground shifted as if the earth itself were trying to swallow us whole. The shadows flickered, and I could hear the whispering voices weaving through the air, echoes of past victims. "Join us," they murmured, the chorus a blend of sorrow and unending pain. "No!" I gasped, shaking my head, pushing back against the weight of those haunting sounds. They threatened to steal my will, to pull me into their realm of despair. Then, without warning, the creature lunged again, and this time I was ready. I dodged to the side, grabbing the sword just in time. With a burst of energy I didn't know I had, I swung the blade with all my might, slicing through the air as I felt the steel connect, grazing the beast's side. It howled in rage, staggering back before turning its hateful gaze on me again. The woman lunged beside me, the sword glowing faintly, almost as if the whispers in the air gave it strength. "We can do this," she urged, her determination igniting my own. The beast circled us, its growls reverberating through the trees, dark mist swirling around us like a storm. We stood back to back, ready to face whatever came next, hearts thrumming in rhythm. As I prepared for the next attack, uncertainty loomed. What if we couldn't defeat it? With a sudden rush, the creature charged, and I felt the forest tremble beneath us. We both swung our weapons in unison, a deafening clang resonating as our blades met the creature's body. The blow sent shockwaves through the clearing, and the creature let out a deafening roar, echoing through the dark, twisted woods. "No!" I shouted, struggling to maintain my footing as the trees bent under the force of the sound. The air thickened, and the shadows that had clung to us surged forward, trying to reclaim the space we fought in. "We have to find its weakness," I shouted at the woman, panic rising like bile in my throat. She nodded, and together we stood our ground, preparing for the next onslaught, even as darkness encroached again. But I sensed something else beneath the creature's growls, a flicker of pain intermingled with fury. "It's scared," I realized, feeling hope crack through the despair. "It's not invincible. Focus on that," she said, breathing heavily. "We can defeat it together." We turned to face the creature as it lunged once more, and with a shared determination, we charged forward, swinging the swords as one. "Together!" we cried, voices mingling, intertwining with the very essence of our defiance. As the swords met the beast with newfound strength, a blinding light erupted from the blades, illuminating the clearing with a fierce glow that forced the shadows to retreat, shrieking in protest. The creature let out one final howl, shaking the very ground we stood on, and as its body contorted in pain, it began to dissolve into wisps of shadow that swirled away into nothingness. Together, we stepped back, breathless, as the silence enveloped us. Had we really defeated it? But lingering in that silence, I felt a different kind of unease creeping back. The air grew thick again, but this time it felt electrified, tinged with ancient power. "Something else is coming," I whispered, my throat dry again as a tremor ran through me. The ground shook beneath us as a low rumble echoed through the forest, and the air crackled with an energy that felt alive. I glanced at the woman, confusion flooding my thoughts as I watched the shadows begin to swirl once more, gathering like a storm on the horizon. "Look," she gasped, pointing toward the source of the sound, as the dark mist coalesced into an enormous vortex hovering before us, pulsating with a sinister rhythm. Within the maelstrom, I could see flashes of light, fragmented images of twisted faces and anguished cries echoing through the air. "Are those?" My voice faltered, dread crunching down in my chest. "Souls?" "Yes," she exclaimed, eyes widening in horror as the reality of it seeped in. "What do they want?" As I stepped closer, the faces shifted and twisted, reaching out towards us, desperation radiating from their very beings. Their features morphed, each one reflecting a story of pain and despair, and I felt an intense pull from within the vortex, beckoning me to take their anguish, to join their torment. "No!" I cried, shaking my head as a whirlwind of emotions surged within. "We can't let them in. We must find a way to free them." But the vortex roared, fed by the shadows that had retreated, a hunger growing fiercer. A cacophony of voices filled the clearing, rising higher and higher, drowning out all rational thought. "Join us! Join us!" they wailed, each plea striking against my resolve like a hammer against glass. "Don't listen!" I shouted, squeezing my eyes shut against the torment. "We have to fight! We can't give in!" Suddenly, the shadows lashed out, wrapping around us like icy chains, pulling us closer, threatening to ensnare our very souls. I opened my eyes in time to see the woman struggling against them, breath hitching in her throat. "Help me!" she gasped, the weight of despair rolling off her like a palpable force. I lunged forward, extending my hand toward her, desperately trying to reach her through the darkest tendrils. "Hold on! I'm coming!" I yelled, my heart racing as I felt the shadows clawing at me, threatening to drag me under. With a surge of strength, I pulled her back, our fingers entwining with a fierce grip, fighting against the encroaching void. "Together!" I shouted again, feeling the warmth of her hand against mine, illuminating the suffocating dark. "We can do this!" She nodded fiercely, and together we focused all our energy onto the vortex before us, calling upon every shred of hope and defiance we could muster. "We won't let you take us." The shadows hissed in fury, swirling furiously as they reacted to our declaration. "Foolish children," they hissed, the voices mingling with an echo of malevolence. "You cannot escape this fate." But I could feel it. The connection we formed was stronger than the darkness, a bridge between our hearts. "We're not afraid," I cried, pulling her in tighter and focusing on the light we managed to summon from deep within. And as if the universe responded, our words ignited a blinding flash, exploding outward in waves of light that pushed back the shadows, forcing them to shriek and recoil. "More," the woman urged, her voice steady though her face was twisted with fear. "Keep going." With renewed strength, I poured everything into the light, willing it to grow brighter and brighter, flooding the clearing with warmth that chased away the oppressive fog. The vortex writhed, fought against us, but we wouldn't relent. Chain links splintered, and a crack appeared, exposing swirling energies that shimmered with the essence of freedom. That's when it struck me. The forgotten souls wanted release. They needed our light to break away from their torment and vanish into the abyss. "Let them go," I shouted, directing my thoughts into the churning mass, envisioning a path of light for them. They slowly twisted and turned, their shapes becoming clearer in the swirling mass of darkness. I could see their faces, once familiar, but now twisted with fear and pain. Their eyes were wide, reflecting the flickering light, begging for release, for freedom from the chains that bound them to this dark place. "Let them go," I shouted again, the words bursting from me like a dam breaking. I focused harder, wanting to guide them toward the light, knowing that they needed to remember who they were, to cling to the spark of life that remained within them. I could feel the warmth radiating from where our hands joined, feeding into the energy we were creating together. The shadows quivered, flickering as the light pressed against them, the dark mist hissing with fury. It felt alive, as if the darkness had a will of its own, trying to claw its way back to us. I could hear its voices growing louder, a cacophony of anger and bitterness. "You will be ours," they screamed, the sound echoing in the depths of my mind, threatening to drown out everything else. "Don't listen," I repeated, my voice breaking through the torment and terror. "Focus on them. Focus on the light." As I concentrated, the faces in the vortex turned to us, trembling yet hopeful. I could see a flicker of recognition in their eyes. They were reaching towards us, desperate to grasp the warmth we offered. I could feel their pain through the thin veil, their anguish easing slightly under the illumination we created. With every moment, the shadows writhed more violently, realizing their hold was weakening. A malicious roar erupted, shaking the ground, causing the trees to shudder and crack. I saw branches snap under the pressure and fall, the earth itself rebelling against the darkness. "It knows we're fighting back," I whispered, heart racing as the power of our light held against the encroaching shadows. I could feel my strength waning, but I couldn't give up. "Stay strong," my companion urged, her determination giving me a second wind. Together, we summoned every ounce of light we had left, our spirits intertwining as we pushed against the tide of darkness. The vortex twisted harder, the souls trapped at its center crying out in agony, but we wouldn't relent. Then, out of the swirling darkness, I saw a twisted hand reach out, long fingers clawing toward us. It was made of shadows, a grotesque mockery of a hand, stretching and elongating like a nightmare come to life. "Protect yourself," I screamed, pulling the woman back as I instinctively raised the sword, feeling its weight grounding me in that moment of chaos. The hand lunged for me, but as the blade met it, a bright spark shattered the fabric of darkness, sending a shockwave rippling through the air. "Now!" I roared, feeling the adrenaline rush through my veins. I could see the uncertainty on the faces around me, the flickering souls hesitating, caught between despair and the brightness we were offering. I had to make them believe. You are free. Break away. Let the light in. A crack formed in the vortex, the shadows howling in fury as it widened, revealing a kaleidoscope of colors beyond the darkness, letting the light seep in like dawn breaking after a long night. The faces in the mask glowed, their features illuminating, and suddenly, the screams of anguish turned to cries of joy. You can do it, my companion shouted, her voice ringing with hope. Reach for the light. It's your chance. The souls surged toward us, and as they did, the darkness began to pull back, losing its grip on reality. The shadows whipped around us, furious and frantic, but it was too late. With a final push, the vortex ruptured like a shattered mirror, splintering brilliant light that flooded into the clearing. The darkness writhed and shrieked in agony, the shadows tearing themselves apart in a frenzy of despair. I felt the ground beneath me trembling with energy, and a moment later, a blinding flash enveloped everything. I squeezed my eyes shut as vibrant colors cascaded into my vision. There was a pull, a rush of warmth wrapping around me, and then, suddenly, I was standing on solid ground once more. The air was clear, and the suffocating weight lifted, leaving me gasping for breath. I blinked as the world around me came into focus. Green grass replaced the damp earth, and the twisted trees had vanished, leaving a landscape bathed in soft, warm light. But as I recovered, my heart dropped. The woman was gone. Where did she go? I gasped, panic coursing through me. No, no. I turned in circles, trying to find her amid the soft hues of the serene landscape. Where are you? Echoing laughter broke through the silence, a cruel and mocking sound that sent chills down my spine. It didn't belong here, in the calm of this new world. Welcome, a voice called out, warm and inviting, yet dripping with malice. The shadows hadn't truly left, I realized, as figurative figures began to materialize in the distance, dark and distorted forms shaped like those souls we had freed. You've done well, the voice purred, smooth and enchanting, but beneath it lay a venomous undertone that made my skin crawl. You think you've escaped, but the game is merely beginning. I backed away, searching for any sign of the woman, any trace that she hadn't been pulled back into the darkness. What have you done? I shouted, resolve hardening in my chest. You took her. Did you really think it would be that easy? The figure stepped forward, illuminated by an unnatural glow that clashed slowly, began to emerge from the black abyss, spectral figures swirling amidst the shadows. The light we created beckoned to them, piercing through their dark despair, illuminating their lost expressions. I could see the anguish and desperation in their hollow eyes as they moved closer to the warmth, their forms flickering like candles fighting against the wind. Let them find peace, I called out, voice rising above the chaos, determination fueling my spirit. I focused on the fragments of souls drifting forward, feeling the weight of their suffering. They needed an anchor to grasp onto, something that could lead them away from their torment. Come on, we can set you free, the woman shouted, her voice steadying as she too sensed the shift in the air. The mist swirled violently around us, as if the shadows were fighting tooth and nail to keep the souls trapped. I could feel their rage pressing down like a boulder, dark tendrils wrapping around my legs, threatening to pull me into the depths of despair. The cries of the souls mingled with the growls of the shadows, creating a cacophony that threatened to drown us. Stay strong, I yelled, digging my heels into the ground. I reached out with my heart, sending warmth into the freezing void, hoping to ignite even the faintest flicker of hope within the lost ones. They hovered near the edge, hesitating, caught between the darkness and the light we offered. Just touch it, I urged again, my heart racing as I felt the shadows inch closer. Don't be afraid. You are not alone. I could feel my own strength wavering, every whisper of darkness clawing at my resolve, but the flickering souls began to inch forward, drawn to the light. And then it happened. One by one, they reached out, glowing brighter as they crossed the threshold into the embrace of the light. As each soul brushed against the radiant energy, their forms shimmered and transformed, revealing shades of color that had long been stolen. Their anguished faces slowly shifted to looks of relief, even joy, as the weight of their torment melted away. "Look, they're breaking free," she shouted, watching in awe. But as the first spirits escaped, the creature lurking in the shadows let out a roar so primal it shook the ground beneath our feet. It surged forward, desperate to reclaim what was slipping through its grasp. The shadows writhed and roared, a tempest of hate swirling around us, trying to drown the light we fought to keep alive. The realization hit me like a wave, a heart-stopping fear. If we didn't act fast, all would be lost again. The darkness would consume not just us, but the souls escaping. "Together! Now!" I yelled, feeling power surge through me as I pressed my hands forward, channeling everything I had into a force that would act as a shield. The spiraling shadows lashed out, their shrieks mixed with fury and despair, but I held my ground. Like a dam breaking, a flood of light surged from my palms, filling the clearing with a brilliance hotter than the sun. "Go!" I screamed again, feeling the last of my strength pour into the souls still trapped. "Fly to the light!" With one final push, the shimmering mass of spirits erupted into the air, a cascade of light that pierced through the shadows like a beacon. But the malevolent creature, enraged at being robbed of its prey, lunged forward. With a furious howl, its massive form colliding against the radiant barrier I had forged. The impact was staggering, forcing me to stumble back as shadows clawed at my consciousness, trying to break the connection. "No!" I gasped, struggling against the weight threatening to drag me down once more. The air shifted violently, crackling with raw energy as I tried to keep my focus on the fleeing souls. "Don't look back!" I shouted to the woman, whose eyes were wide with fear. "Keep moving. Stick with me." We began to retreat, but the creature was relentless. It surged after us, growling and thrashing in a whirlwind of shadows, and I could feel the coldness of its presence getting closer, brushing against my skin as if taunting me. "Where are we going?" she panted, glancing around for an escape. But the forest closed in around us, each step we took entrapping us further into its dark labyrinth. "We need to find a way out," I replied, heart racing. But the shadows were hungry, almost palpable, motioning with a sinister pull toward an unknown fate. I could feel the despair cresting like a tidal wave, ready to crash upon us at any moment. Suddenly, I spotted a narrow path just up ahead, a flicker of hope lighting my chest. "There!" I shouted, pointing it out. We darted towards the opening, the shadows snapping at our heels, clawing up my legs, a cold dread settling in my gut. "Faster!" I urged, feeling the weight of the darkness close in around us, the growls rumbling closer, threatening to consume us whole. But as we made our way down the twisting path, it began to descend, leading us deeper into an underground chamber. Glimmers of light flickered against the damp walls, illuminating ancient carvings that seemed to pulse as we approached, the stories etched within them echoing the same cries we had heard in the forest. "This place, it feels ancient," she whispered, all mingling with fear. There was a strange beauty to the chamber, but also an oppressive sense of loss. The air was heavy with regret, the walls seeming to weep with the sorrows of the souls we had set free. "We have to be careful," I cautioned, glancing back to ensure the creature hadn't followed us into this sacred place. But as I turned, something caught my eye, a flicker at the end of the chamber. It was a portal, glowing with the same light that had freed the spirits, beckoning us closer. Part of me wanted to reach forward, to step through, and find our way out at any cost. But another part felt the twinge of dread grow, aware that the shadows wouldn't be far behind us, always waiting, always hungry. "Do you think it's safe?" she asked, her eyes searching mine for reassurance. "I don't know," I admitted, but I could feel the pull of the light against the darkness, a fight that would rage on no matter which way we chose. "If we stay here, we might have a chance at—" Before I could finish, the sound of the growls returned, louder than ever, threatening to tear through the hopes we had built in this dark place. "We need to decide now," I exclaimed, urgency pressing heavily on my heart. I felt the pull of the portal stronger now, like a heartbeat resonating through the chamber, inviting us to step closer. "I say we take the chance," she said, determination flaring in her eyes. "We can't go back. We need to discover what lies beyond." I nodded, feeling the same urgency. "Together?" I asked, reaching for her hand, a final bond of trust as the shadows danced around us like the laughter of specters. "Together," she affirmed. As we stepped toward the portal, the growls erupted into a deafening roar, shadows coiling around our legs in a desperate attempt to pull us back into the darkness. Adrenaline surged through me. "Hold on tight." We plunged through the portal as we felt the darkness tear at our souls, the light engulfing us as the shadows howled in frustration. And just like that, we were rushing into the unknown, the air hot and charged around us, adrenaline fueling our flight into the light that flickered at the edge of the abyss. But as we landed hard on the other side, the world shifted around us, a landscape bathed in sunlight, vibrant colors bursting with life. It felt like a dream, but deep down, I sensed that something was still lurking, waiting to pounce. "Are we safe?" she gasped, taking a deep breath. Before I could reply, we heard the chilling sound of familiar growls echoing in the distance. "No!" I whispered, dread curling in my stomach. The shadows had followed us, lurking on the edges of this bright new world. Their presence felt even in the daylight. Then, out of the shadows, figures began to emerge, distorted silhouettes standing just beyond the sunlight's reach. Their shapes morphed and twisted, recounting stories of despair and torment, souls still tethered to the darkness, haunting us with their unfulfilled cries. "We've escaped, but at what cost?" I breathed, realizing that freedom had come with a price. The shadows whispered in agony, their voices mixing into a chilling echo, reminding us that the fight wasn't over. As I held her close, I felt the weight of the darkness pressing in, a constant reminder that the battle was only just beginning, an eternal cycle we were condemned to confront. "Whatever happens next," I said, voice steady despite the mounting terror. "We have to stay united." She nodded solemnly, determination etched on her face. We took a step forward into this vibrant, yet sinister realm, hearts pounding with the realization that challenges awaited us, waiting to tease out our fears and insecurities. And with every turn, I understood that our journey was far from over. The light might shine bright, but the shadows lingered, persistent and hungry, waiting for the moment we would falter into this vibrant, yet sinister realm. The air crackled with a tension that made my skin crawl. I could feel the shadows watching us, lurking just outside the bright circle of sunlight. Their forms stretched and twisted, waiting for an unsuspecting moment to strike. "Keep your eyes open," I whispered, scanning the area for any sign of danger, every rustle in the grass sending shivers down my spine. The landscape looked peaceful, but I knew better. The vibrant colors felt almost too bright, like a cheerful mask hiding something sinister underneath. As I took a cautious step forward, the ground felt strange beneath my feet, uneven and spongy, as if it were alive and aware of our presence. I glanced down and saw that the earth seemed to undulate slightly, shapes forming and disappearing in rapid succession. It was as if the very soil was breathing, pulsing with a life of its own. "Are you feeling that?" I asked, turning to my companion, but she was already looking over my shoulder, eyes wide. I followed her gaze, and my breath caught in my throat. A figure stood just at the edge of the light, its outline shifting like smoke. It was tall and thin, arms dangling far too long, fingers tapering into jagged points. It watched us with hollow eyes, void of any warmth, a chilling stare that seemed to cut through the air. "Stay back!" I shouted, instinctively stepping in front of her, my heart pounding so loud it drowned out the world around me. I reached for my sword, ready to defend against whatever horror this place had set upon us. But it didn't move. It just stood there, impossibly still, with an unsettling calm that filled the space with dread. The shadows around it seemed to pulse like a heartbeat, their whispers creeping into my ears, wrapping around my mind with words I couldn't quite comprehend. "Did you hear that?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. I began, but the figure suddenly tilted its head as if responding. I gasped as I saw its mouth stretch into a grotesque grin, revealing sharp, crooked teeth that glimmered in the light, each one seeming to reflect the brightness while holding a promise of madness. "Run," I breathed, grabbing her hand and pulling her away from that terrifying sight. As we dashed deeper into the realm, I could feel the cold breath of the shadows brushing against my neck, all around us, closing in. Every shadow seemed to whisper now, 1,000 voices merging into a symphony of dread. Join us," they hissed, and with each word, I felt the weight of despair pressing against my chest, urging me to surrender, to give in to the darkness. The vibrant colors around us began to darken, the once cheerful scenery twisting into something grotesque. Trees morphed into skeletal structures, their branches clawing at the sky like bony fingers. Flowers wilted into decayed petals, their vibrant hues fading into muted grays, giving off a sickly sweet smell that turned my stomach. "Keep moving," I yelled, tugging her along, but the feeling of being hunted was all-consuming. Every time I glanced back, I caught glimpses of shadows dancing along the edges of my vision, eluding my sight but never my terror. Suddenly, a heavy fog rolled in, swallowing the light and wrapping around us like a suffocating blanket. The air turned viscous and cold, making it hard to breathe. I could hear hushed whispers in the mist, words cascading through the silence. Turn back, they seemed to chant, each syllable dripping with despair and foreboding. I stumbled, feeling the grip of the shadows tightening around my legs, urging me to succumb to their call. "We can't," I gasped, pulling my feet free from the strange hold. But my companion began to tremble, her eyes darting around as panic set in. I can't see, she cried, her voice rising in fear that mirrored the intensity of my own. "Focus on my voice," I urged, desperately trying to keep her centered. "We have to find the light again." Just when I thought we were trapped, a faint glow appeared in the distance, a beacon cutting through the dense fog. "There!" I exclaimed, pulling her toward it, our footsteps echoing in the hollow silence of the fog. Each step forward felt like we were defying a force that desperately wanted to keep us in its clutches. But the whispers grew louder, echoing along the walls of the fog, and I could feel tendrils of darkness lashing out, trying to ensnare us again. "Join us," they hissed, and I gritted my teeth against the onslaught of despair trying to pull me down. "Almost there," I yelled, adrenaline surging as we pushed through the thickening air. Just as I thought hope was within reach, the ground beneath us cracked open with a loud roar, splitting apart like fragile glass. "Duck!" I shouted as chunks of earth and darkness erupted around us. Instinct kicked in, and we fell to the ground, narrowly avoiding the cascading debris. A massive shadow erupted from the fissure, a swirling vortex of darker shadows coiling together, forming a grotesque shape that towered over us, towering even as we lay on the ground, eyes wide with horror. It loomed there, mouth gaped wide, revealing an abyssal void that threatened to swallow us whole. "You think you can escape? You think you can resist?" Its voice was a guttural growl, echoing from the depths of its darkness, resonating with every fear I'd ever known. I felt my heart drop. Awareness of my own mortality hung heavy in the air, and I knew this wasn't just a struggle for survival. It was a battle for our very souls. "We won't give in," I shouted back at the monster, steel creeping into my voice even as I felt the tremor of fear in my bones. "You'll never own us." Its laughter rang out, a chilling sound that sent shivers racing down my spine, and I knew that this creature thrived on our fear, feeding off the very despair we fought against. "I'll devour your hopes," it roared, lunging forward, its shadowy form bursting through the fissure toward us. Instinct took over, and we scrambled to our feet, sprinting toward the fading glow, desperation fueling our flight. The shadows chased us, their cries mingling with the creature's growls as it pursued, relentless and furious. I could hear the thunderous sounds of the earth collapsing behind us, crumbling under the weight of the nightmare. Just before we reached the light, the creature's shadow engulfed us, pulling, tugging, threatening to drag us back into its abyss. But I wouldn't allow it. I gritted my teeth and launched myself forward, feeling the warmth of the light grow brighter as I pushed against the darkness. "Keep moving. We're almost there," I shouted, determination coursing through my veins. As we burst into the glow, the shadow snarled, its form burning in the light like a moth to a flame. It shrieked, a haunting sound that resonated against the stone walls, twisting and distorting the air. And then I felt it, the sensation of being pulled apart, like strings unraveling, strands of mana snapping one by one under the weight of the beast's fury. "No, not now!" I screamed, locking eyes with my companion, whose face was lit with fear and resolve. Together, we reached for the light, feeling its warmth envelop us, its promise pulsing in time with our racing hearts. Just as the darkness threatened to overwhelm us completely, we dove into the light, arms outstretched, willing ourselves to embrace whatever came next. I closed my eyes, feeling the raw energy coursing through me as we crossed the threshold, leaving the terror behind. But as we opened them again, the world shifted once more, plunging us into an eerie stillness. We were in a vast expanse, floating above a sea of mist, the ground nowhere in sight. We stood on a platform of shimmering light, surrounded by the void, the dark shadows swirling beneath us. They reached up desperately, stretching their clawed hands, trying to drag us down into the abyss. "Look," she gasped, pointing to a figure hovering gracefully above the mist. It glowed with an ethereal light, encased in a shimmering aura that blinded the darkness around it. As it approached, the air shimmered, and a feeling of calm washed over me. "Are we safe here?" I wondered aloud, glancing back at the shadows still writhing below, their whispers intensifying. The figure nodded, its presence a comforting beacon in this unsettling realm. "You've come far, but the darkness will not relent. It longs for what you seek to protect. What do we do now?" I asked, unsure of where this path would lead. Would the shadows continue to haunt us, even in this radiant place? "It is not enough to flee," the figure responded, voice soothing yet grave. "You must confront that which lies within." "What do you mean?" I asked, confusion swirling in my chest. "I mean the shadows are not just outside of you," it explained, gesturing to the darkness below. "They feed on your fears, your regrets, and your darkest memories. Until you face them, they will always follow." A cold rush washed over me as realization hit. It wasn't just the external fight that mattered. It was the internal battle I had to wage. I felt my heart race. But how do I confront them? You must look into the abyss, see what lurks there, and be willing to face it. I swallowed hard, fear gripping me tightly. But I couldn't turn back now. "I have to do this," I whispered, steeling my resolve. I glanced at the woman, who nodded, determination glinting in her eyes. "Together," she said, and in that moment, I felt the strength of our bond solidify, a lifeline against the encroaching shadows. As we stepped towards the edge of the glowing platform, the darkness below became more chaotic, shadows writhing and howling, trying to pull us back. "I'm ready," I breathed, taking a deep breath as the swirling void began to pull me down, the shadows creeping closer, reaching with their clawed fingers. I let myself fall forward, and as I plunged into the darkness, fear instantly enveloped me, wrapping around me like a shroud. But I stayed focused, keeping in mind the light above, the warmth that had propelled us to this point. I could see images beginning to coalesce in the void around me, uprooted memories I had long buried, the faces of those I had lost, the moments I regretted, the fears I had masked. "No!" I shouted, clenching my fists as the shadows laughed, their whispers growing louder. "Face them," the figure had said, and somehow I mustered the courage to confront one of the memories taking shape. It materialized, hazy yet clear, a familiar scene that played out like a cruel puppet show. I stood before my younger self, haunted eyes reflecting all the doubts that had ever crossed my mind. "Are you ready to face us?" a twisted version of myself asked, voice echoing with malice. "You think you can defeat me? You're not strong enough." I hesitated, anger bubbling inside me alongside the suffocating fear. "I am strong," I shouted, fist clenched tightly. "I won't let you keep me down anymore." The figure laughed, a hollow sound that sent chills down my spine. "You will never be free," it rasped, shadows swirling furiously around me, trying to reestablish control. But with the light still shining brightly above, I felt the warmth radiating through the darkness, illuminating the confines of my fear. "Enough!" I yelled, forcing my will against the encroaching darkness. I extended my arms, drawing the scattered light around me, letting it fill my heart with courage. I couldn't turn away from the pain, but neither would I let it consume me. With every ounce of strength, I focused on reclaiming that lost part of myself, reminding the darkness that I was more than the sum of my shadows. "You don't own me!" I screamed, determination blazing in my chest as I fired a beam of light straight at the heart of the shadowy figure. The moment the light struck, an explosion of energy erupted through the dark, colors cascading in blinding waves. The figure twisted and writhed, shrieking in agony as light consumed the shadows surrounding it. "And oh," it cried, a sound of utter panic resonating through the abyss. And as it dissolved in a flurry of darkness, I felt the weight of that fear lift, that malevolent presence evaporating into nothingness. Suddenly, the darkness dispersed, giving way to brilliance and warmth that enveloped me completely. "I did it! I did it!" I gasped, bewildered joy spurring me to the intensity of the moment. I was floating in a sea of light, my body filled with warmth, and for a split second, I felt unstoppable. But that tranquility didn't last long. As the last remnants of darkness faded, I realized that the mist beneath my feet began to shift again. It wasn't gone. It had simply transformed. Now, it shimmered with a sickly green hue, swirling grotesquely, hinting at something darker lurking beneath. The air grew thick with anticipation, each breath tasting bitter and foul. Chill crept back into my bones, even as I floated in the radiance, the shadows now slinking around the edges, whispering hauntings of regret and pain that I had thought banished. Just when I thought I had conquered them, I heard laughter echoing through the void, a sound that sent icy fingers crawling down my spine. It was distinct yet distorted, like a chorus of ghosts mocking my moment of triumph. "Foolish child," a voice slithered through the air, smooth as silk yet filled with malice. "You think you've escaped? You are merely delaying the inevitable." I spun around, trying to locate the source, but the shadows seemed to pulse, shifting like ink in water, making it hard to tell where one ended and another began. "Who's there?" I demanded, heart racing uneasily. The laughter grew louder, more menacing, and the shadows darkened, twisting into shapes that reminded me of familiar fears. "Do you not recognize us?" rasped a figure, forming from the darkness. It was an amalgamation of my nightmares. Each shadow represented a fear I had never fully confronted. "Let go!" I shouted, gripping the light tighter around me. But the shadow couldn't be dismissed so easily. It took a step closer, an embodiment of every shadow I feared. The silence of loss, the aching loneliness, the sharp sting of betrayal. "They live in you, child," it teased, stretching out a clawed hand as if trying to turn my mind inside out. "You may mask your pain, but it is never truly buried. It is always here, waiting." Laughter erupted again, circling me like a predator. I felt panic rising in my throat. "No!" I shouted, anger fueling my fight as my surroundings flickered between light and darkness. My heart beat in rapid rhythm, sinking with the shadows dance. I will face you, I declared, determination washing over my fear. The figure faltered just for a moment, but then it grinned, a chilling sight nothing could dispel. Face us then. We are not just shadows. We are your memories, your truth. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and I was swept back into a memory I had long buried. A moment of loss, raw and fresh, where I had watched someone I loved slip away. I was there again, feeling the emptiness, the despair wrapping around me. The shadows formed figures of those who had departed, their faces flickering in and out of focus, each one crafting a narrative laced with sorrow. See how they linger, the voice cooed, slipping through the grief. Feel how your heart aches? This is what you carry. I stumbled back, the weight of their presence crashing down on me, suffocating me in grief that felt all too real. The air thickened, and I could barely breathe as their voices began to echo around me, each one weaving a story of what could have been. You could have saved them, one shadow hissed, its features morphing into someone I had lost. You weren't strong enough. You should have spoken your truth, whispered another, its gaze sharp, cutting through my defenses. You just let them go? I pressed my hands over my ears, desperate to block out those tormenting words. But they seeped in, festering, raking at the wounds I thought had scabbed over. Stop, I begged, conviction and fear clashing inside me. You don't define me. The shadows silenced, hanging in the air as if considering my words. And just like that, the figures started shifting again, morphing into all the times I'd been afraid to speak up, all the moments where I chose silence over honesty, feeling that thick lump of shame choke me anew. Tears burned in my eyes as they formed around me, a crowd of my own regrets closing in. You're weak, they whispered, laughter mixing with sadness, and the air grew denser. With every syllable, I felt part of me unravel, but I clenched my fists, pushing back against the darkness, calling upon the light deep within me. I won't let you hold me hostage anymore. Light surged forward, thin like a strand, but growing stronger as it advanced against the heavy shadows. I am stronger than this, I yelled, feeling warmth expand from my core, washing over all the fears and regrets that loomed before me. As the light intensified, it began to slice through the darkness, illuminating the shadows, exposing their grotesque forms. The figures shrieked, their cries mingling with mine, as I gathered all the strength I could muster, willing that light to grow. No, you cannot escape, they screamed, but I pressed on, determined to dissolve the shadows into nothingness. I could hear the whispers fade, replaced with the hum of strength pulsing through my veins. I'm not a prisoner, I shouted, voice ringing with furious defiance. With a final surge forward, I unleashed the light, a brilliant explosion that scattered the shadows like dust in the wind. The figures recoiled, their forms vaporizing into wisps of darkness that fled into the abyss. But as soon as their last gasps faded, a shift in the darkness made me freeze. A darker cloud began to swirl, more powerful and sinister than the rest. It wound itself into a towering form, far beyond just a recollection of fear. Well, what is that? I stammered, a sense of dread creeping along my spine as the monstrous figure loomed over me, larger than life. The creature's presence was palpable, thrumming with energy so dark that it seemed to absorb the very light I had fought to create. I am your greatest fear, it growled, voice a deep rumble that shook the air around me. I am the shadow of despair that you cannot outrun. It shifted closer, eyes glowing like embers, igniting my deepest insecurities. You've banished the trivial, but you cannot hide from what lies within your heart. Frigid terror gripped me, and I stumbled back. No, I won't let you. But it's the truth, its voice echoed, slithering into my psyche. All your failures, all your pain, they will consume you, like it has always done. In the face of that overwhelming reality, I felt small, powerless. The weight of guilt and loss crashed over me, and for a moment, I thought that light was fading. Then a spark ignited inside me, flickering like a flame against the shadowy abyss. "No!" I shouted again, piecing together my courage with every heartbeat. I fought too hard to give in now. With each acknowledgement of my doubts, I harnessed light. The memories of joy, hope, and resilience surged forward, blending in a kaleidoscope of colors that danced to a rhythm of defiance. "It's time to confront you," I screamed, and with that declaration, I hurled it forward like a beacon, charging right into the heart of the shadow. The creature howled, twisting and writhing, a monstrous thing caught in a vortex of contrasting forces. But I didn't relent. As the shadow melted around my light, I felt the grip of despair loosen, fragments scattering like dust into the wind. "Face me," I demanded, heart pounding as the colossal darkness began to dissipate, shrinking back under the power of my determination. "I will remember," I cried, echoing against the onslaught of shadows collapsing around me. "But I won't be defined by them." Finally, the shadow shattered, crumbling into nothing as the last remnants of fear dissolved into the ether. I was left standing alone once more, but now the air was filled with a sense of clarity and freedom. But just as I was beginning to breathe a sigh of relief, a deep rumbling echoed through the void, and I felt a chilling presence wash over me. "Did you really think it was that easy?" a voice whispered from the farthest corners of this place, as a new wave of darkness surged forth, stronger and more menacing than I had ever encountered. "This realm is not finished with you." My heart sank as the shadows began to creep back, coalescing once again. A dread-filled anxiety washed over me, an inkling of the turmoil that lay ahead. Together, I whispered to myself, remembering my companion. She was still out there, and I would find her, no matter the depths I had to descend into within this nightmarish realm. As I prepared to face whatever horrors lay ahead, I held on to one thought. My journey was just beginning, and I would no longer face it alone. I focused on that thought as the shadows writhed and multiplied around me, creeping closer with each heartbeat. The tension hung thick in the air like a fog, wrapping around me and making it hard to breathe. The echo of the distant voice morphed into a cacophony of whispers, each taunting me, but one voice stood out. "It's time to face your worst fears," it hissed, and suddenly, the darkness coalesced into the shape of my worst memory. The day I felt utterly alone, lost in a crowded room, drowning in my own insecurities. The shadow loomed larger, embodying every doubt I'd ever had. I could see distorted faces in the shadows, the eyes rolling with disdain. "Look at you, just a ghost hiding in plain sight," it mocked. Panic surged inside me, and I could feel the familiar grip of despair clawing at my throat. But I refused to let it crush me. I drew on the light deep within me, reminding myself of everything I had overcome. "I won't be afraid," I shouted, voice cracking but determined. The shadows shrieked in response, a raucous sound that sent chills down my spine. They twisted and flared, creating a vortex that began to suck me in, the malevolent energy wrapping around my legs like tendrils. "See how easily you are pulled back," they sneered, the shadows morphing into memories of failures that flashed before my eyes. Moments I wished I could erase, decisions I regretted with a bitterness that felt almost tangible. I saw the faces of friends I had hurt, choices I had made that turned tides against me. Each image twisted into ugliness, reflecting a version of myself I had long tried to bury. "No!" I screamed, throwing my hands up as if that alone would shield me from their gaze. I pushed forward, the light surrounding me flickering weakly at first. But it grew stronger, brightening in defiance. The shadows hissed, the voices merging into one chilling chorus. "You can't escape us. We are part of you." I had to push through, had to find my companion, and confront this darkness together. There had to be a way to dismantle this wretched realm piece by piece. Focusing hard, I recalled the warmth and strength I had felt with her, that shared bond shining brightly in the depths of despair. Pushing through the darkness, I could see a flicker of light far ahead, a beacon that promised hope, a path to the other side. I will face this. I forced my way toward the light, each step heavy as the shadows clawed and pulled. And then, a figure emerged from the darkness, a silhouette at first, but it slowly solidified into the familiar shape of my companion. A wave of relief washed over me, the mere sight recharging my spirit. "Help me," I called, summoning whatever strength I had left to reach out to her. But the shadows began to swirl around her, tendrils reaching out, his voice twisting. "Join us and be free of this illusion. You belong here." Fear gripped my heart again, visions of her succumbing to the darkness flashing before my eyes. "No, don't listen," I shouted, channeling the light into a bright burst, cutting through the encroaching shadows. She hesitated, caught between the light I was offering and the darkness wrapping around her. "Fight it," I urged, feeling desperation bubble within me, clawing at my insides. "We can overcome this together." The shadows hissed angrily, their grip on her tightening. "You cannot save her. You can only watch her fall." With every word, the darkness pulsed, cold and suffocating, drowning out the warmth of hope that flickered between us. But I wouldn't give up. I pushed forward, the light around me merging with my determination. "Remember who you are," I shouted, focusing on the light that intertwined between us. She looked at me, eyes wide and shimmering, and for a moment I saw recognition, her spirit fighting back against the shadows. "Help me, please," she whispered, her voice barely carrying above the cacophony of despair. "Hold on," I yelled, stretching my hand out toward her. "We'll break free together." As I connected with her, I felt a surge of energy pulse through me, the warmth of our shared light igniting a chain reaction. The shadows snarled, and I could almost hear them scrambling back in fear, losing ground against the force we were creating. The air crackled with intensity, our bond pushing the darkness away inch by inch as I gripped her hand tightly, not willing to let go. "Come on," I urged, my heart racing with hope as the darkness recoiled, screeching against the radiant light we were conjuring together. Every layer of shadow that fell away revealed more light, illuminating the paths ahead, and I could feel the shadows' hold weakening. Together, we shouted in unison, voices mixing, battling against the darkness, pushing it further and further back. Suddenly, an explosion of radiant energy surged forth, consuming the shadows, which dissolved into tendrils of smoke. A blinding light erupted around us, enveloping everything. I squeezed her hand tighter, pulling her closer, and just like that, we were lifted into the air, feeling weightless as the vortex of light transported us away from the darkness. The sensation of flying was exhilarating, but that thrill was short-lived as I glanced down, watching as the remaining shadows writhed below us, their voices rising in a haunting crescendo. "We will return," they roared, their wrath echoing in the air, filling the void with dread. The light pulsed, wrapping around us, comforting and warm, but I knew the ultimatum they had delivered was chillingly clear. The fight wasn't over. We hovered above the swirling chaos, and I turned to my companion. "We can't let them come back," I said, desperation creeping back into my voice. She nodded, determination lighting her features. "We'll find a way to keep them away." Together, with mutual resolve, we plunged into the swirling light, embracing it, channeling all that we had learned, every ounce of hope, every moment of clarity against the shadows. As we descended into the radiance, the shadows shook with fury below, twisting and swirling in a desperate attempt to hold on. We landed softly in a realm of pure brightness, the air humming with a melodic tune that felt both foreign and familiar. But even surrounded by this light, I could feel an unsettling tremor beneath my feet. "What now?" I whispered, glancing around, the endless glow seeming almost too perfect, every corner eerily pristine. From the edges of this bright expanse, shadows began to creep in, like dawn battling against the night. "It's not over," my companion said, her voice barely masking her apprehension. "They're still here. We need to guard against them." The realization hit me hard, a heavy weight tightening in my chest as I watched the darkness fringe our sanctuary. Determined, I closed my eyes, focusing inward, channeling every ounce of light within me. "We can't let fear rule us," I murmured, visions swirling with brilliance. But the tendrils of dark energy continued to invade, creeping closer, whispering promises and threats that chilled me to the bone. It was a constant reminder that if I let my guard down, I might just slip back into that abyss. A shadow broke free from the edges, larger and more daunting than before, its darkness thickening the air around us. "You thought you could escape," it boomed, a deep and reverberating voice that echoed through the bright expanse. Fear clawed at my resolve, instinct screaming to turn away. But as the figure advanced, I held my ground, my heart racing as I felt the light pulsate within me, promising strength. "We'll fight," I shouted, fear replaced by a boiling anger that churned in my gut. The shadow paused, hesitating as if sensing the shift in my demeanor. "Foolish child," it sneered, darkness swirling like a storm. "You do not understand the depths of true fear." All around us, the atmosphere seemed to thrum with tension, and I felt a wave of dread wash over me. "This time, you cannot run," the figure growled, shifting into grotesque shapes that mimicked my own fears. Every failure, every regret brought to life in a ghastly display. I could feel the walls closing in, the light flickering as I fought against the enveloping shadows. But just as I thought all was lost, the warmth of my companion surged within. "We are stronger together," she cried, her confidence blending into my own, strengthened by her words. I stood tall, a bond ignited between us as the darkness shrieked, attempting to recoil, but failing in the face of our collective resolve. Together, we channeled that light, pushing back against the shadows that loomed and lurked, forced to confront the fear that had haunted us for so long. "Face it," I shouted into the chaos, light erupting like a curtain pulled back on reality. The dark figure howled and dissolved, but even as it faded, a shadow split off, darting toward me with haste. "No!" I cried, the air thick with tension. Shadows twisted around me, clawing for a way to pull me back into their grasp. I felt the pressure rising, threatening to swallow me whole once more. But still, I pressed on, holding tight to my companion, refusing to allow the darkness to engulf us again. A luminous warmth radiated from us, trembling against the cold fear laced in the shadows. "Stay strong," she urged, and our combined strength flickered like a beacon, telling the darkness we would not yield. As shadows hurtled toward us, I felt every ounce of despair begin to melt away, rebelling against the darkness that sought to invade. And with one last push, I hurled the light forward, a brilliant flash igniting the dark like a sun breaking through a storm. The darkness screamed, echoing like thunder in the expanse, and then everything fell silent. I stood there, heart pounding as I blinked against the sudden brightness. We had survived. All we had to do was stay the course, and together, we would face whatever lay ahead. But deep down, I sensed the struggle wasn't over. There would be more shadows, more fears lurking in the corners of this strange realm, waiting for the right moment to strike again. "Let's keep moving," I said determinedly, glancing at my companion, charged with unyielding strength. The light pulsed ahead, a guiding star in the infinite space. And as we ventured forth, I knew every step, every breath brought us closer to the truth that lay in the depths of our souls, a truth that could conquer even the darkest fears. As we moved deeper into the blinding light, a heavy fog began to seep in, shifting around my ankles and swirling like it had a mind of its own. The comforting warmth we had felt started to dissipate, replaced by an eerie chill that settled uncomfortably on my skin. I glanced at my companion, a flicker of worry passing between us. "Do you feel that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She nodded, eyes scanning the heavy mist that obscured our surroundings. "Something's not right," she replied, her brow furrowed, tension crackling in the air like static. A low hum began to rise, pulsating around us, vibrating with a sinister energy that made every hair on my body stand on end. I could hear vague whispers woven into the sound, echoing through the fog, forming a cacophony of unintelligible words that pulled at my mind, inviting doubt and dread. "Listen," I exclaimed, straining to understand the murmurings, but they twisted and turned into dark shapes that danced in my thoughts. "I can't focus with all this noise." Before I could finish, the shadows coalesced into shapes just beyond the fog, darker than the surroundings. They moved with a slithering grace, flickering in and out of my peripheral vision, their forms almost human, but devoid of any true shape. "Watch out!" my companion suddenly yelled, grabbing my arm as one of the shadows lunged forward. It was a grotesque figure, its face contorted in a terrifying rictus. I stumbled back, the horror of it brushing against my mind like icy fingers. "Close your eyes," she shouted, and instinctively, I obeyed, blocking out the sight of the nightmare that had sprung from the fog. As soon as my eyes shut, the whispers grew louder, swirling around me like a storm. I could feel a presence closing in, the air thickening with pressure, as if the shadows were somehow feeding off my fear. I pictured the light we had fought so hard to create and concentrated on it, sending it out like a beacon, hoping it would keep the creeping dread at bay. But the darkness had its own power, pushing back against my light, sending waves of cold through my body. "Fight it!" My companion's voice broke through the chaos, grounding me once more. I took a deep breath and opened my eyes, squinting against the blinding mist. In that moment, I saw the figures huddle closer, their mouths opening in silent screams, their eyes hollow and filled with endless despair. "Why are you here?" I shouted, trying to sound brave, but the tremor in my voice betrayed me. The shadows paused, a moment of stillness hanging heavily in the fog. And then suddenly, they advanced, the ground shaking beneath us with every step. "I will take what is yours," one whispered, its voice a chilling rasp. "All that you cherish will belong to me." More figures emerged from the fog, surrounding us like a pack of hungry wolves closing in on their prey. I felt a paralyzing fear grip my heart as they drew closer, their faces forming into nightmarish visages that twisted and flickered in the dim light. "I won't let you," I shouted, pumping my fists in defiance. But the shadows merely laughed, their voices mingling into a cacophony of malice. "Your will is as fragile as glass," a shadowed figure crooned, tilting its head in mockery. "Look at that hope flicker within you. It won't last." The air became dense, making it difficult to breathe, a weight pressing down on my chest as shadows mounted their attack. As I looked to my companion, I saw the determination in her stare, her resolve shining like a flickering candle amidst the encroaching dark. "If we stick together, we can't lose," she proclaimed, and with that strength rallied within us, I felt a surge of energy course through my veins. "Together," I echoed, stealing a glance at our surroundings, the waves of darkness pressing against our defenses, aching to extinguish our light. The shadows lunged, and together we shouted, a brilliant flash bursting forth from us, driving them back momentarily. But the darkness was relentless, slashing through the light, creeping closer as it laughed at our futile attempts to fight. "Accept your fate," they roared, the voices like thunder, drowning out any semblance of hope. In that moment of despair, I felt my heartbeat quicken, my instinct screaming to run. "Regret is your only companion here," one figure hissed in my ear, breath cold against my skin, forcing me to shudder. Panic surged through me, the claustrophobic darkness tightening its grip, and I realized they were weaving their truths into my bones. Each regret, each fear surfaced like a hidden scar. My mind raced, wrestling with all that the shadows offered, but I couldn't afford to give in. I had to find power inside me, a place where this dread could not penetrate. "Hold on tight," I urged my companion, grasping her hand fiercely as I faced the shadows swelling before us, an oncoming tide of darkness. The mist deepened as they surged forward, laughter echoing in waves, drowning out my thoughts. And then, like a pinpoint of light in a chasm of despair, I felt something stir. A memory, a strong flicker of the moments when I had triumphed, moments that had given me strength. I refuse! I shouted suddenly, channeling that memory, letting it burst forth into the void like a wildfire. In that instant, the shadows shrieked, their forms twisting violently as my light pushed against their malevolence. "Stay focused," I called out to my companion, and together we began to push back, our voices rising in unison, crafting a powerful chant that echoed in the darkened expanse. "Together, we are stronger," we cried, drawing strength from this budding empowerment, weaving it into our battle against the encroaching shadows. In a final surge of energy, I hurled my light forward, illuminating the creeping darkness like the dawn breaking through a long night. The shadows reeled, their forms evaporating like mist in the morning sun. But just as hope ignited within me, I sensed something lurking at the edges of our bright sanctuary. A massive shadow, darker than the others, emerged with an unsettling calm, its eyes glinting like shards of obsidian. "Fools!" it rumbled, voice a low growl that reverberated in my chest. "You can't escape your shadows. I am despair, and I will envelop you." Terror surged through me as I felt that dread once more, a gnawing anxiety carving into my mind, but I clung to my companion's hand tighter. "We won't surrender," I proclaimed defiantly, though my heart pounded with fear. The shadow seemed to laugh, an echoing sound that shook the very air around us. "Then face your darkest truth." The shadow lunged at us, and I felt a rush of cold as it engulfed me, plunging me into a void where echoes of my failures resided. I was thrown into a nightmarish sequence, moments of rejection and loss replaying before my eyes, each one sharper and more painful than the last. It felt as if I were drowning in a sea of despair, swirling waves pulling me down into the depths of darkness. "No!" I gasped, but my voice barely rose against the tidal wave of memories crashing over me. I saw myself standing alone at the edge of a chasm, all the people I cared about disappearing into nothingness. I saw the faces of loved ones who had turned away, their voices morphing into cutting accusations that sliced through my heart. "See how alone you truly are?" the shadows whispered, each word laced with malice. "Enough!" I screamed, an outpouring of defiance erupting from within me. "I will not let you win." In that heartbeat of clarity, I remembered the strength I had fought so hard to build, all the love I had shared, the kindness I had shown. With one solid breath, I called forth that light again, feeling it swell and surge until it erupted from my very being. I thrust it forward, a blinding wave that surged through the darkness, illuminating every tortured memory, forcing them back into the crevices from which they had crawled. The shadow writhed in pain, unleashing an unearthly howl as it began to fracture beneath the weight of my unwavering spirit. "You think you can banish me?" it screeched, but I pressed on, rage and love intertwining as I sent more light, each burst stronger, more resolute than the last. The last remnants of the shadows scattered, but the darkness still loomed at the periphery, ominous and foreboding. I stood firm, my heart racing, adrenaline coursing through my veins. "I will not let you take me," I said with conviction, ready to confront whatever else lay in the shadows, ready to face the deeper fears that still lurked there. I turned to my companion, and we shared a determined glance that solidified my resolve. "Let's go," I said, stepping forward into the mist once more, ready for the next challenge. The path ahead twisted like a serpent, shadows flitting just out of reach and laughter echoing in the void. But nothing could shake the light growing within me. We were on the edge of something monumental, and as we pressed ahead, I knew we would discover the truth that would either shatter or strengthen the very core of who we were. But still, the shadows circled, watching, waiting, and I wondered, what else was lurking in these depths, waiting for the chance to strike us down? A thick fog wrapped around us as we stepped deeper into the mist, the familiar warmth still fighting to return, but increasingly overshadowed. Each step felt heavier, like moving through water, and I could sense unseen eyes bearing down on us from the suffocating darkness. "Stay close," I whispered, gripping my companion's hand tighter. I could feel the shadows shifting, writhing just beyond the veil of fog, their presence pressing against us, smelling of decay and despair. "Do you see?" she murmured, pointing ahead where twisted forms began to materialize, emerging like grotesque specters from the gloom. They didn't walk. They drifted, their movements fluid and unnatural like waves rolling across a dark sea. Fear coiled in my stomach as I watched them closer, their faces blank, devoid of emotion, yet their mouths twisted into silent screams. A deep sense of dread settled in my chest. I could feel my resolve hardening, but I had to push back against that fear, especially now, when it felt as if the shadows were alive and feasting on our terror. Suddenly, a disembodied voice echoed through the fog, cold and unyielding. "You can't escape, little light. Your hope is a flicker, and we are the storm." I glanced at my companion, and she returned my gaze, her eyes sparking with defiance. We had come too far to feel the grip of panic take hold now. "Let's face them," I said. But the moment I spoke, the shadows surged forward, merging into a mass of swirling darkness, and I felt the air thicken around us. "Together," she whispered as we braced ourselves for the onslaught. I shut my eyes, summoning every ounce of light within me, feeling the warmth radiating through my body. The shadows lunged, slashing at the air, but I pushed my light forward. It burst forth like a flare, illuminating the encroaching darkness, and I could hear the shrieks of fury that reverberated through the mist. But the shadows were relentless. They attacked with a fury, their forms stretching and weaving like smoke, slipping around us as if we were nothing but a passing breeze. It was almost maddening how they continued to wash over me with the whispers of my darkest fears. I could feel memories of my failures clawing at my mind, trailing behind the creeping tendrils like shadows that refused to stay buried. "No, not again!" I shouted, finding my voice amid chaos. It was a frenzied cry that felt lost within the cacophony, but I wouldn't let them have control over me anymore. With renewed determination, I channeled that pulsating light once again, envisioning the warmth gathering, coalescing in my hands until it exploded outward. The shadows splintered momentarily, but a deeper darkness returned, creeping around with a hunger for my light. Then came a sound that froze the blood in my veins. A deep, guttural laugh emerged from the shadows, a sound synonymous with despair. "You think you can win? We feed on your fear. You can't hide from what you are." Every hair on my body stood on end as I struggled against the weight of that chilling laughter. The memories rolled in again, more vivid this time. Faces disappearing, moments of vulnerability laid bare. Each memory felt like an anchor, dragging me down, threatening to drown me. "Focus on the light," my companion shouted, her voice breaking through the haze just as I felt myself slipping. "Yes," I yelled, forcing my eyes open wide. With everything I had, I grasped the light held within us both, allowing it to overflow. It burst from my palms like a sun ignited amid the darkness, a brilliant flare that ignited the fog, warding off the encroaching shadows. But the deep laughter remained, growling through the abyss, unfurling into a menacing crescendo. "You cannot succeed. You cannot escape the truth." A tendril shot toward me like a whip, slicing through the air with terrifying speed. I ducked just in time, feeling the cold, clammy air rush past me. My heart raced as the shadows swarmed around us once more, but I refused to relent. "Face your truth," they hissed, twisting and turning, a hurricane of darkness closing in. I felt the shadows shredding through my defenses, taunting me with every step I took. "What do you fear most?" Another voice coiled around my mind like a serpent. "What will you lose?" The fog thickened, and I realized that the shadows were right. Although I stood with my companion, they preyed on the insecurities I held deep within. What if I lost her? What if my light was extinguished, leaving nothing but darkness in my wake? Then out of the haze, beyond the writhing darkness, I caught a glimpse of a flickering fire. It was small but fierce, shimmering defiantly in the dark. I latched onto that vision, channeling every ounce of courage I had to fuel it. Together, I shouted, urging my companion to push the light forward with me. The shadows recoiled momentarily, but the laughter returned, darker, crueler. You think you can escape forever, but I will be waiting in every dark corner, on every shadowed street. This was it. I no longer felt like a flicker. I was a flame. With all I had, I unleashed my light again, pouring every last bit of energy into it. In that pivotal moment, I felt everything before me ignite. A burst of brilliant warmth erupted, showering the shadows and tearing through the fog. I saw them scream, real, agonizing screams echoing around me, the laughter turning to wails of despair as they began to dissolve beneath the onslaught of radiant energy. No, the voices shrieked, confusion giving way to their chaotic retreat. But just as I thought the darkness would finally relent, the massive shadow figure re-emerged from the chaos, its form more grotesque than ever. You think you've won? I will always be lurking. I will always come back. The air turned icy, and with that proclamation, the darkness surged even stronger. My heart raced as I sensed a deep, overwhelming dread wash over me once more. No! I yelled defiantly, fighting the overwhelming waves of despair that threatened to swallow my light whole. I will not let you. Your light is weak. You cannot withstand my grasp. It thundered, closing the distance between us, the fog swirling in a grotesque dance. But I saw it clearly now. This tyranny was born from fear and insecurity, fueled by every haunting memory. With an unshakable resolve, I confronted the shadows, refusing to back down. I am strong. I will hold on. The light burst forth from within me, pushing outward, and I felt the shadows screech, their cries echoing with a mix of anger and terror. Enough! I shouted, my own voice rallying through the darkness. But they came at me again, this relentless storm, and suddenly, the fog lifted just for a moment, revealing the path behind me, the path we had fought to carve out of the darkness. My heart surged. We had come so far. We can't give up, I declared to my companion, who nodded fiercely, her determination fueling my own. Taking a deep breath, we pushed forward together, light spilling out in waves, illuminating the path that shimmered faintly in the distance. As the shadows shrieked and howled, I could hear their laughter grow fainter, their icy fingers losing their grip. In that fleeting moment, in a climax of light and shadow, I realized that while fear can stalk us, I had the power to defy it. With one last surge, we tore through the darkness, the shadows collapsing away like a paper curtain set alight. The chilling laughter faded, replaced by a deafening silence as the shadows disintegrated completely, leaving an expanse of brilliant light in their place. I stood there trembling, adrenaline still coursing through my veins. I had faced my darkness, the very core of my fears, and emerged stronger. The light wrapped around us like a warm embrace, and even as exhaustion clawed at my limbs, I knew that I had fought my battle and emerged victorious. As I turned to my companion, her eyes sparkled with pride and warmth. We did it, I said, the weight of the shadows lifting from my shoulders. Together, she affirmed with a smile, and I knew we could face whatever came next. The darkness would always be a part of me, lurking in corners and whispering in the quiet moments, but I would never retreat to it. We had carved out our path, and together, we would forge ahead into the light.